And hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us while we're in the midst of reworking our tech. And then some people have lost their electricity.
Lindy lost her electricity.
Hi, I'm streaming to you from a battery backup right now. Woo!
I wasn't going to say anything, but you went ahead.
Until you said something. It's just...
Yes, but I'm happy to be here with all of this amazing crew. I realized that I wanted to get something for them, but let me just pull this up while we're here. So, folks in YouTube have said to me, hey, blah, blah, sound. And I was like, okay, so I've been running around working on it, and right now I've got it all set up so that whatever you on YouTube are hearing, I should be hearing, so I should be able to make sure everything sounds good. But that's lovely. So, I'm doing mysterious things, and over the next couple of episodes, I will continue to mess with everybody's sound to make it pristine. But that's not here nor there. What's here nor there is that you're watching The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign with some of the best peoples ever that I know of. And those people are you all watching it, and either live or on YouTube, so thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us, and you can do so by retweeting or resqueeting our go live. You can give tips and bits if you do, and you leave a message, I'll read it out at the end. You can be one of our Patreons. We have, it's like a $3 tier. It goes to help pay for this cast. And any kind of art commissions or music commissions, it also will... that's what it does. And it's $3. There's also a special $200 tier, which is limited to 4 people. And that is $200 will pay for a 4-person cast for 1 week. And also you get a special radio ad in the break that will play once a month or more if I feel like it. And also a special shout out. For example, right now I want to shout out Will and TW, who is our note taker and long-term sponsor and just a good friend of the channel and a lovely human being. And just all of the love. So I believe that's all of the things I wanted to say right before I have everybody do their announcements.
I believe we have a question. It looks like someone has a question.
Oh, Greg.
I was just wondering, isn't it somebody's birthday today?
That's really weird that you say that because it is someone's birthday today. And
I'm
that's
pretty sure
just
somebody's birthday today.
Yeah, it is. So it turns out that we have 3 mods, Jer, Rissa, and also Ifrithiel, Iffy, who's a brilliant artist. And it happens to be Rissa's birthday today. And I have known Rissa for some time now, for like 2 weeks. Actually, more than 2 weeks, but that's not the point. I don't want to say it any longer. It's just because, like 20 years-ish, about 20 years, which makes Rissa like 30 and very young. And because it is Rissa's birthday, I do feel the need to tell Rissa something. So Rissa, being a mod, I will just say, being a mod is not, it is thankless, although I like to give thanks. Without mods, we would not have people telling us, oh, hey, your audio's out, or, oh, that person there's a bot that needs to be banhammered all over the place, and just generally speaking, taking care of the community, both here on Twitch and also in the Discord. And so Rissa's presence here, not only as a good friend of mine, but also as a mod, is much appreciated. And so therefore... old school style. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rissa. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday! Oh, so lovely. Sometimes you just got to get your 1920s on. And that's another story for later. I'll talk to people about that.
Get your 1920s on.
Time. Oh, you got to get your 1920s
on.
on.
Get your 1920s on. That's right.
Bee's knees. So I think it's time for us to introduce our crew. I need to get my notes. we are in episode 8, I think, shockingly and scandalously, I believe, which I don't even know how to deal with that, but that's okay. And if each one of our members could say who they are playing, and let me see, because, I've been paying attention and to things. I think I would like to ask the question, what would be the greatest betrayal that somebody else in this crew could do to upset you very greatly? That's what I'm interested in, at least as your character thinks of it at this moment. Like, what would be the worst way that somebody on this crew who's a fellow PC could betray your character? What would that be? I am just asking because it's just interesting to me and for no reason. So let's just start.
So hypothetically, you don't want hypothetically this act would be a betrayal to Val. You want this specific person would do this specific thing as a betrayal to Val.
Yes.
Great.
Hooray.
Yeah. But it's just like let me put it this way. It's just what your character imagines would be the worst betrayal right now. They could be wrong. There could be even worse betrayals out there for them. I'm just wondering, and they might also change their mind. I'm just wondering where they're at right now, But let's start with Rocket.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And this evening I'm playing the Harlock. And worst betrayal by the worst person to give that worst betrayal. Honestly, I feel it's hard because the Harlock has her own things that she's up to and that she wants to see happen and things like that. I think probably her primary goal right now, as discussed last time, which if you haven't seen, check out the VOD on YouTube. But one of the biggest things these days has been, keeping Severance safe from other prying Zodani eyes. So I think something related to that.
It could be anyone. Like if there's
I think anybody,
the person, that's fine.
I think anybody doing that, but also I think if Val were to do something regarding the drugs, knowing how dangerous it is and having kind of stepped in to protect the Harlock from that. Yeah, get that down. The TheHarl. Oh, okay. But I think that the Harlock would understand the addictive properties of it. However, if it were to get into places more spread out, like distribution or something like that, because whenever it first materialized, the Harlock had a lot of strong feelings about it because she knows the dangers both personally but also to the Zodani, because that would not be great, especially considering it's engineered to do bad things to us.
So just like giving out the drugs for free on the corner would be like,
it would be
not
at least charge a whole bunch. Like, I mean, come on now, like make some of this.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense. So speaking of people who should not be tossed aside and given to Zodani agents, or I mean, let's be frank. There are a number of people who would love to talk to Severance, not just the Zodani, but also the Imperium. Actually, lots of people. So speaking of which, Cord, who are you? Who are you playing? And what would be a great betrayal for Severance?
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I stream. I was streaming earlier today. Pretty cool, huh? Follow me, twitch.tv/Cord. I play Mortal Online 2, Star Citizen. I also am writing my own RPG system called Spellwind. It was a D&D setting, but now I'm making my own thing, and it's sweet. Anyway, check me out, support me. It would be awesome if you did. I was also thinking of doing some blacksmithing today. I do a lot of stuff. It's hard being me. Anyway, I'm playing Severance, who is a clone of a Imperial Duke that has gone rogue and is now a pirate of Drinax. And he's faking it until he makes it. And he isn't a fighter, but he is a talker. So he's here off of lies. He sits behind a helm of lies. And what is the question? It is, if there was to be a betrayal, who would betray?
What would be the
Severance?
worst betrayal that
That someone could do to
Severance?
me.
What does Severance thinks would be the worst betrayal that someone on this crew could do?
Well,
Hypothetically.
the worst betrayal, like one that he would never see coming, or one that he's like maybe certain is going to happen.
Well,
Right,
if
turn
I
the tables.
asked him that question, that would be the answer.
Right.
If I said Severance,
Hey,
what
what
do you
would be
think
the worst
betrayal
thing
would
right
be?
now?
Yeah.
Okay. He would probably say something along the lines of,
And by the way, I ask it this way because you as a player might think there's something else that is a much more worse betrayal than your character might think. So I'm asking
right.
what your character thinks.
yeah. I think he would say, well, worst betrayal. So I think like if he, I'm in the mind of Severance. If he was to be like, hey, what's the worst betrayal? I think what he is prepared for wouldn't be on the list. So now he has to be like, oh, I got to be creative. I think, which is not me, I have to be creative. I think the biggest betrayal would be if, I want to say Val was to sell out or hire a I think it would be like if Val sold information to the Imperium about the whereabouts of where Severance is. There are other people in the crew that I'd be like, well, I mean, this could be like there are other like links of like my go-to, and I'm sorry that I'm so long-winded about these things. And I love talking roleplay theory, and we start the show with me talking about roleplay theory. So here we go. I think Severance's like first thought would be, because he doesn't trust Quint as it is. So I mean, he's like, you know what's gonna happen, and would suck if it does, because I haven't prepared for it yet. It wouldn't be surprising, but he hasn't prepared for it yet, which I think would be the kicker. Where he's like, you know, that spy that we know is a spy that says they were once a spy is still spying around, and they were only supposed to be here for a 3-hour tour, and here they are. So it's just like they're waiting to strike. So it's like this sort of, I think that is the go-to. And I think when it comes to the Harlock and Severance, is he knows that there is like this subconscious relationship that he has with the Harlock, but it wouldn't be surprising if something came up that rustled the feathers and then turned to, I don't know, some sort of betrayal. And because like of the way the whole series started, with this like the power struggle between who is going to be the captain and all that. And then there's also Terrica, where we knew Terrica from the start, just like Severance always put a sour taste in Terrica's mouth. So it's like, it's always like this, it wouldn't be surprising if Terrica had done something. Maybe it's changed, but like maybe in the past, like, hey, meet us at this point. I'm going to turn over Severance. And then all of this wonderful role play has happened, and now here we are where Terrica goes, oh wait, no, I was wrong, huh? That would be cool. But like I feel like that would be something. But I think the biggest betrayal to Severance would be if Val did something, because I think he honestly thinks that Val and he have like this understanding. There was that time where Severance was like, hey, are you the terrorist leader of Free Field? And he was like, I'm not denying it. And I was like, thought so. That's why we're here. And like, I knew you were on this mission for a reason. Cool. And that was sort of like, and like, that was sort of that, so I don't know. It would just be this really, I think that would be like, hey, weren't we? I thought we were bros.
Yeah.
I think that would be probably it. So that's my long-winded answer to all of that.
Okay, that's fair. In which case, since Val would be the big betrayer for you, because everybody else you just expect them to betray you,
Right,
let's
of course.
go over to my dear Greg. Greg, who are you?
Now
Who are
I
you
expect
playing?
it.
Oh, now you expect it.
Uh-huh.
And what would be if one asked Val and Val were to answer? What would be the biggest? What would Val see as the biggest betrayal?
Gotcha. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I am Warp Reactor over on YouTube. I do reaction videos. Join me if you'd like. Let's see, and I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey, and if Val were asked what could be the biggest betrayal, there's several I can't say for stupid fucking backstory stuff, but I will say this. I can't point the finger at anybody in particular for this one, but let me explain what it could be. And so anybody that wants to do this, just go right ahead and pick up that ball and run with it. But for the first time in Val's life, now Val hasn't spoken to his father for years, but his father knew where he was. He knew that he went to university on Drinax. He knew that he was working at the hospital on Drinax. So his father knew where he was at all times. As soon as he got on the Gambler, presumably, just because of the nature of space travel, he doesn't know where he is. And if he knows where he is, he's 2, 3, 8 weeks behind in getting that information. If anybody ratted Val out and basically told Val's dad where he is or when he's going to be somewhere so his father could potentially intercept him, that would by far be the biggest. That's like a no coming back from betrayal for Val. Just if you really went under the hood, that's what it is. So,
Greg, can I tell you something?
You can
I
tell
don't
me
know.
anything. But...
Yeah, I don't know what's up with you, and I don't know if you have broken into my house, and if you've looked at my notes in any way. I'm not quite certain what that's about, but I would say that I was just thinking just the other day about Val's dad, and you know what? I'll just stop talking there, but I will just say that I was thinking about him and you. Well, not you, but Val, just the other day.
All right, everybody, just so you can have an idea. So whenever Val's dad pops up, the face claim is Brian Dennehy. So he's like 6'4", 6'5", huge dude. So when that description hits, you all know that I'm pissed.
It's uncanny, Greg. It actually really is, because I was just like, he doesn't know where you are, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. So speaking of, luckily, don't even worry about it. Let's go over to one of my dearest, one of the people who I think laughs the most, who loves the most, and who Lindy's the most. Love, Lindy.
It would help if I unmuted. Not on my usual setup. I am on a laptop on a very rickety table in my living room. So welcome to Laugh Love Lindy's living room. Because this is where the battery backup is that is powering both the Wi-Fi and this laptop. And
Laugh
it
Love
is
living
a
room.
Laugh Love 80 degrees inside the house with too much humidity, Lindy. Hopefully the power pops back on soon. If it does, I will be illuminated from above, like just now, like it happened. Oh my god, that's amazing!
Holy shit! That was live on Twitch that you just showed your godlike power.
Whoa.
Holy cow! Congratulations on having an AC back.
The AC is turning
right.
on, I could cry. But yes,
right.
hi. Oh, I feel it. There's a breeze, the fans are on. It's a beautiful
Crazy.
day now. Hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy. I'll be playing Quint, and after I do my intro, I'll be moving to my computer in my office. So no more living room for y'all. So take in the art and stuff while you can, what little bit is out here. Probably won't ever see this again. But yes, I'll be playing Quint Vesper. I'm just so happy to have a breeze right now, you don't even understand. The biggest betrayal, it's gonna be real dumb and real quick and real easy. If Terica was to chop off the rest of Quint's limbs, like, except the robot arm, just be like, you have to be fully bionic now. That would be the biggest betrayal. Because if anybody else did it on the crew, it'd be like, well, I'm not shocked. But if Terica did it, it'd be like, oh, I'm surprised, So, that'd be the biggest betrayal for Quint.
So, since it's a Terika thing, I think we should go over to
I'll be
Ari,
back.
whose character Terika might be planning to chop off all of the limbs, which
Surprise!
I don't know. That would be the biggest betrayal.
It would.
yeah, that would be. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what would be, if someone asked Terika, what would be the biggest betrayal someone on this crew could do?
Hi, I'm Ari, Ari_Ventures. You can find me online. And I'm playing Terika. And I think the biggest betrayal would be if, like, Val turned his back on Terika in some way. There it is. There's pen writing. Knew it would happen.
Yeah, I guess it would, but it's not going to happen now. And I am Trooper SJP. I'm your GM for this madness. I appreciate each and every one of you, but I do believe I have a couple of comments that I did want to share from our YouTubers. Those of you who watch us on YouTube, much appreciated, and thank you very much. We appreciate all the comments and all the things you have to say, and I forgot to read off comments from last week, so I do have a few comments to give. So, let me see, which one? Oh yes, this is a good one. Let me share this one with you. This is from Stephen Dwyer, who I find his comments adorable. And the comment was, isn't Uranus south of Regina? And I believe it is, as a matter of fact. I believe that is where...
Nice. They can stay. Who is that?
Stephen Dwyer. You can stay.
Stephen,
Absolutely.
Stephen, you can stay.
I feel betrayed.
That was a betrayal.
We also have a comment about, this is also from Stephen Dwyer, and it's, you know, when you find the lab full of Terikas, you could wake them all up and give each one of their personalities. Then you would have a full crew. You could have, for example, Pilot Terika, Noble Terika, Pacifist Terika, Backshooter Terika. Not sure how many clones there are. Probably not enough.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm smelling a Barbie sequel.
He's not wrong.
All right, my friends. So,
I'm just Val.
Just Val. So, when last we left off, our crew, we were on the planet TkTk. They had arrived day 72. It wasn't a long flight to TkTk from the 100 diameter space when they arrived on the glorious and so you know in Star Trek where they have those like pleasure planets, like Rigel, I think it was, where you arrive and everything is so great and like you can just hang out and Regina, yeah, and then like maybe your old inexplicably with a bad Irish accent rival from back in the Academy days messes with you, but otherwise it's great. This is not that planet. This is more of like it's just not that planet. It's more of a Mad Maxy law level 0 sort of planet where it's not great. But when they arrived on this planet, a planet which houses the secret lab, or it used to before it was exploded, the secret lab of this sort of millennial old ancient evil warlord who's messing with them. And they found it. Terika got out, they left, they exploded that lab. There were alerts that went off on that lab before the explosion happened, killing 22 robots that were actually sentient, had a spark of a life to them. And in the process, now they find themselves on the downport itself. They have birthed, they've parked their ship back in there, and they had to pay the very high birthing fees. By the way, the birthing fees for a place like this are 30 credits. Just so you know, for the week. So they had to pay for the birthing for the Elaine as well. So they've got 2 birthing spots on this downport. As we find ourselves sort of in this moment, we have Terika and Val in the middle of a conversation in the cargo hold area. Val asked Sue to leave, and Sue did. Sue was in the suit, and Sue actually went to go and find Quint at the Downport bar, where Quint is having a conversation and playing some poker with some of the Imperial scouts, making sure the Imperial scouts don't think too much about this ship, but probably to do some other things. And Severance and the Harlock had a very tender and difficult conversation, and they just parted ways a little bit. Ryza, that's what it was. Ryza, thank you. That said, before we started, I've been having players ask me questions and have conversations with me in DMs. Lots and lots of conversations over DMs that mean many, many things. And I thought that I would just share a couple of things here in this moment. Philosophical things to ponder before we go in. So, you might be knowing what's happening in my brain. And one of the things to ponder is the difference between Terika and Severance. And some of these things are useful to share because, after all, our travel universe is, a little bit different than maybe what's written, although sometimes not. So the difference between Severance and Terika, they're both in clone bodies, but what's the difference? Well, one thing is, so in this place, cloning is pretty rare. There's not much cloning in this universe. Anything that's there is not particularly well done yet, so you don't have anything that's very advanced. Most people don't even think of there being, like, clones being a thing. So, Severance, well, let's start with the easy one, Terika. Terika was teleported out of the ship through jump space, destroying their body. Their original body was destroyed, and they have ported into this new body. This new body is a clone body, which was empty of any kind of sapience, just a living body waiting for someone to jump in. And this body was prepared by a millennial-old warlord to receive that number 2, or we call them Marrymore. Marrymore's essence was prepared to receive that essence. It has been modified a little bit, genetically tweaked, set up to be ready for this warlord. It has a bit more psionic potential to it, and it has resonances, but this is a fresh body that has never been used, ever. And now it has. It was waiting, but now it's got Terika in it. So Terika's got to sort of ponder, what does it mean to be in this body that is ready and waiting for a warlord to show up. That said, this is different than the situation that Severance finds himself in. Severance is, first of all, something that we don't really understand. Terika's a regular being, just like you might know. Severance was not supposed to exist. All of the clone bodies that we've seen so far have all shown up with no consciousness, right? They're just these shells that are alive, but have nothing inside of them, just empty, waiting to be ported into. But Severance showed up with some kind of sentience, with some kind of essence. That was not normal. That's not what we've seen so far. And Marrymore's response to that was to take Severance and put Severance on a planet in the middle of nowhere that's been irradiated that no one will look to, with an ally of his floating above it just to keep an eye on him. Sort of didn't kill him, but put him in a place where he probably would never be an issue. Never amount to much, never go anywhere, never do anything, never leave that planet, never become a problem. Now, Severance, in this clone body with this essence, we're not quite certain what it means to be a clone with a organic essence, confronted the Prime, and they got into a fight, and the Prime stabbed and killed Severance because the Prime is very good at stabbing and killing people, and Severance was not. But in that moment, Severance activated a power and swapped bodies with the Prime, and so then the Prime Marrymore found himself in the dying body that Severance was in, and then the Prime died, porting his essence into another Severance clone, or a Marrymore clone. Now, Severance finds himself in a body, but the body that he finds himself in is a body that Marrymore has used for at least 100 years. There's 100 years worth of memories, 100 years worth of body, what's it called? Body memory? That's not the right word. That word that you use when, like, you just practice the same thing over and over again.
Muscle memory.
Thank you, muscle memory. Thank you, that's the word. Muscle memory, like 100 years worth of muscle memory. And also the actual brain that Marymore had all of these memories and thoughts and plans involved in. And so Severance finds himself in a body that has been inhabited for a very long time by somebody. And he has memories that are not always his. And he actually also sometimes has access to the memories of the Prime because he's in that body. So they both have very different relationships. They're very different. They're not the same thing. And what that means, I think, will be very interesting moving, just pondering it. What does it mean to be in a body that already has memories versus one that has been prepped for something but is still fresh? And so they both have their own journeys. And I thought I'd share that little bit of lore for you all to ponder the difference between those two, because they are, after all, in a very different space.
Honestly,
So speaking of a very
thank you.
different space.
Because there was a lot of little things where I was like, I don't know what's happening. So that explained and helped me so much. Thank you.
Well, but you don't get to go anywhere. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was just actually going to call for you. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
So, Severance, who is right in this body with memories that I suppose it's tricky, right? If you have these dreams and you don't know if they're your dreams or the Prime's dreams, you remember also, for those of you who may not have watched the very first episode of the entire thing, Severance has a year's worth of amnesia. So there are, and we've also learned that the Harlock has been erasing his memory. So Severance has got some memory issues, right? Some of his own memories he's lost, and some of these memories that don't belong to him he has, right? So he's in this particularly fraught space. I will note that Severance did give consent to erase his memory. Our current Severance does not remember that, obviously, but
As you do.
Awkward, as you do. So, my dear, dear friend, Severance, you were trapped in a psionic maze by the TkTk so they could capture you. And what that looks like, generally speaking, is a memory, right? You're sort of placed in a memory, and you kind of, probably a memory that you want to stay in, perhaps. It's when you make a trap like this, the person who lays the trap does not know what memory it will be, because if they made the memory, they could be wrong, and then that would not be successful. But they sort of set the trap so that you will generate your own memory that you will sort of stick in. And the memory that you found yourself in was a nice day when Severance, the Harlock, and a crying baby were in this shack. A shack that Severance does not remember, although now is remembering this shack. It's a shack from that lost year. Being in this space, and Severance was cooking, and the Harlock was humming a lullaby, and they were there. But in this trap, Severance found himself in the body of a Zodani strike team leader about to assault this shack, and sort of stuck in this memory for a while until being brought back out. And then the last time we saw Severance and the Harlock were having a conversation in the ship, the Gambler, and right before the Harlock went into her room, the Harlock said, "Do you remember the song?" And Severance said yes, hummed a bit of it. And the Harlock went into her room, shutting the door, leaving Severance up in the galley in the sort of common area of the ship. You're up here on the top level of the ship. At this moment in time, what you know is that the professor has been locked in his room by Kareen, who did not want him walking around. She didn't think that was interesting. And she saw there was something going on between you, so she left. Evan is probably in his room. You're actually sort of alone at the moment. The floor is empty. Everybody else is either outside of the ship or downstairs. What do you do?
Currently, we are making our way toward jump point to Assis?
Nope, you are currently on the downport pad, and
Got it. Haven't
yeah,
taken off.
and Quint is off in the downport bar drinking with the scouts. You have this second ship that you don't have the crew to man just yet. Although Quint says that they are going to go and try to find some folks, and you have to wait for your fuel to finish refining. You've got 24 hours. It's a bit less than that now because you've been running around doing shit. You probably only have maybe 10 or so hours left before the fuel is finished refining.
What kind of ship is this? This new ship that we have? I know it's a yacht.
It's a yacht.
I have notes. Do we have a name for it yet?
The Elaine is what it's called.
Oh yeah, the Elaine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it is specifically a high-speed yacht. It's a fast yacht. It has no armor, has no weapons, but it is fast. It's a jump
right.
Maneuver for ship with room for 3 people. One, a really, really nice, extravagant, fancy stateroom, and then 2 side rooms for the people who, probably the pilot and the engineer take care of that. It's nice, and it's on the pad next to yours.
I think so. After the scene that we've had, do you still remember this song? I do, and I sang a bit of it. I think he sort of like heads over toward the maybe in the mess hall, just sort of going for a walk idly. I think there is. It's sort of like waking up from a dream where I personally have had some really wacky dreams this week, so this helps me. Where you wake up from a dream, you know you've had a dream, but you don't know what was in it. But there are little details from just living that spark those moments of, oh yeah, I dreamed that. Oh yeah, that was in the dream. Oh right, wait a minute, wasn't I doing that weird? And like, I think that's sort of what he's sort of going through. It's a little bit more intense and a little bit more prolonged than as you or I would just wake up from our sleeps, because he was just assaulted psychically by a horde of tick-ticks to keep him in this like unconscious state. So I think as he is like sort of navigating like what's reality versus what is this dream, is he still having visions? Did that talk that I just had with Harlock, was that a part of that vision? Or if you ever came really close to fainting or fainted, and you sort of forget, or like that threshold between being unconscious and conscious blurs, where both going in and coming out of it, where you're not quite sure, you're still sort of questioning how real things are. I think that, like I said, is probably what he's going through. That being said, I think the actions, the actions that he does is he heads over towards them while all this is sort of going on. Heads over towards the mess hall, and he just sort of like puts his hands on the table, takes a deep breath, and he sort of like looks up, and I feel like there's maybe a strip of window. Like, of course, there's thick blast wall, but like there's also thick glass plating to just see maybe the back engines, right? It's not necessarily a huge viewing port, but it's like, hey, how's our trails? Okay, good. Our trails are good. Like, you could like see the thrusters, blah, blah, blah. There's like this thin window, and he could see maybe the atmosphere of this shitty planet starting to get pierced by some of the light. And maybe there are some motes of either radioactive pollen or some sort of dust or debris that sort of float through the air that he can see in this through this visor, this back panel or this window. But I think what takes his attention is the shadow of like this green fog, like through the green fog of this new luxury ship. And I think there is a moment where he sort of has sort of a double take, and then he starts to think about all of the vision that he just had, what was memory, what wasn't. if he's looking at this luxury yacht, then this has to be real. He then begins to make his way toward the door. He fixes his gas mask and then makes his way outside to go get a better look of this ship, the Elaine.
Now, I will say that before you can make it out, you will pass by Val and Terica, which gives me the moment to shift. We get our camera, right? Shift that space. So Val and Terica, you were in the cargo hold. Val, you sent Sue off because there was a bit of a confrontation between Sue and Terica, and Val and Sue was a bit confused as to what was going on. Didn't recognize Terica, but looked through his logs and realized that Terica had been there all along. That was a bit odd, and Sue was dismissed. And right when we left off, Terica had said, well, Val had said, I have a plan, and Terica had said, what is your plan? And that is where we will unpause that conversation.
To make the universe a better place.
I mean, who doesn't want to do that? How are with an unknown Viridian being?
Seems like the right thing to do.
This is happening where? In the bridge? In your quarters, Val?
I think we're in psionic space.
The cargo.
But we were in psionic space.
Okay. But your bodies are there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just staring at each other. Okay. Sure you are. Okay. Or the most awkward. You got it. You got it.
So we're gonna have to kill Severance.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm on board.
And I'm here. Da-da-da.
Trooper, chat is saying that you're muted.
Oh.
I was muted. I muted myself on purpose, yes. Anyway, I didn't say anything important. Go on.
Yeah, it was just for us. Haha, take that.
All right. Well, how can I help?
Support is always appreciated. I don't like to speak in greeting card, but tough times are ahead. And any smiling face, any port in the storm is going to help.
What kind of tough times are you scared about, Val?
Well, we've already had some here on the ship. I don't believe the Harlock is very happy with what I've done.
What you've done?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
The Viridian wanted to go one place, and I needed it to stay in another.
That, right. Trooper, quick question. Does Terica know that the Viridian went into their brooch, or is that unknown to them at this point?
That is unknown to them at this point.
Okay. Then this is how they'd react. Right.
I'm not being deliberately vague. There's a promise of a... And you can tell that even in this psionic space, Val doesn't half believe what he's saying, but he knows that there is an avenue to pursue. All of this would be kind of laid bare in the words. There would be, colored with his psionic residue to feel these types of emotions that he has. They said that it was going to build a new world or become a new world. I'm not a big fan of the old ones. None of them were right. None of them focused on what matters. I mean to change that.
I couldn't agree more. I'd be happy to see nobility gone. I don't want to murder any more beings, though. You know?
We shouldn't have to. But you can leave that to me.
No, Val, don't. I don't have to. We'll find some other way.
Terica, I'm not being dramatic, but my soul's already been darkened enough. It's not a problem. You don't need to get mixed up in any of that.
Well, Do you said change can be exciting. You said that this whole Viridian thing could be good. Do you want these changes, Val?
It's not really a matter of what I want. It's what the universe needs.
But
Let me
what
put it to you like this. I don't want to cut into a child, but if they're going to die if I don't, that's what's needed. You ask me anything and I'll tell you.
I want to be more than just a smile. I want to help. So, how can I help you, Val?
Hold my hand, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. We're dealing with magic rocks that can build worlds. I'm making this shit up as I go.
I don't know either. But Terica will step forward and take his hand into both of his hands into his hands into theirs and say,
Before you touch hands, I need to ask you a question, Terica.
Oh, okay.
I promised you that I would ask you this question in DMs. And so now I'm asking.
The answer.
But this is the question that I need to ask before you physically touch anyone, especially Val. Not too long ago, actually very recently, you instructed the two robots, the sentry robots, to initiate the self-destruct sequence on that lab. And then 30 minutes after you instructed them to do so, the lab exploded, killing everyone in and around that lab. So there will be no evidence that they were ever there. And when they died, you felt their deaths. So did Severance. Severance felt them and sort of remembered building them with his hands. You felt their death slipping away. And in that moment, you have a choice. You could drink their deaths, or you could let them go. You could take their essence and channel it through you into, well, you could drink their deaths, I suppose is the best way to put it. You could inhale their essence, the power that's in a being into yourself. And the question is, in that moment, as the essence of 22 beings are liberated from their physical selves to dissipate, do you drink their deaths?
I imagine that there is some part of drinking their death that feels right. but it's also their death. You let me know if I can do this, because I don't know if I can. If Tarika started to drink it and then recognized what it was and stopped, is that possible? Or do
Say
they
that you
know?
start. Do they start?
You know what? We're going to let the dice decide this. Oh, why is my roll 20 a little janky here?
Roll 20 can be janky.
Okay, evens, they'll start. Odds, they won't.
Odds.
There we go. Yeah.
All right.
So they don't. They're just gonna they're gonna look at it. They're gonna see, and they're gonna have that moment.
Just to point out, I do need to give you one more piece of information. I feel like I would be a bad GM if I did not remind you before you make your final decision, because after all, I feel like I need to make sure you have all of the data. At least not all of it, but just the ones that are the most tempting. If you smell the death, if you recall, you most recently, it's the same smell that you smelled off of Val.
Oh, and that smelled so sweet.
It did, because Val has got death on him, and I recall that you smelled it and it smelled very sweet, and I just thought that I should just make sure that you knew that it smelled the same way before you finally make that decision.
That's a really good point.
It is, yeah, I just thought I don't want you to not have all the data.
You want to stir the pot is what I'm hearing here. You're just stirring. Okay, it smells sweet. It smells like Val is what I'm hearing, because that's the first scent that that's the first time they had that scent was with Val.
Yeah.
Okay, it smells like Val, and
or it's a smell that was on Val, let's put it that way.
Oh, okay.
Right, which you could. It's like like if Val smoked cigars, right, and then you could smell that cigar smoke smell. But like a nice one.
when you frame it up like that, I feel like Tarika would start, like, because it smells like Val.
So you start. Can I get a roll?
Yep.
Psionic strength will be your base. My dear hopped up on psionic drugs person.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to need, what would be a good skill to use with this? Let's see. What do you have that would be useful at this moment? Well, I feel like it would have to be something like, honestly, psionicology, which you do not have, which is a science. So, do you have science at all?
I have teleportation, awareness, and telepathy.
Yes, but your regular skills, do you have science?
Oh. Do I have science? Nope, I do not.
You have telepathy? Well, you have telepathy, awareness, and teleportation, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. I have engineer.
No, I think it'll have to be telepathy, because telepathy has telepathy, which lets you share or broadcast emotions. So I think it'll have to be telepathy.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up because it's noble avatar of Drinax telepathy. So I'm just going to point that one out there for a second.
Trooper, are you having them roll telepathy to drink death?
No, not to drink death.
I'm just wondering if Val would be aware of it is all.
No, to understand what they're doing.
Well, that's 12.
Great. So, you begin to drink this death. And this is happening a little bit before this conversation, right? So on your way back.
Oh, this is happening like in the shuttle? Or in the Elaine?
Shuttle. In the Elaine. And as you begin to drink up the death, it smells so good. And there's like a charge of power. And you drink in just that first sip. And since it is your noble of Drinax ability, which is connected to Viridian beings, it's a different sort of psionics. As you begin to drink it up, and it tastes so good, and it tastes like energy and power and possibility. And then as you are drinking, you can hear it. You hear, it's very hard to hear. It's quite faint in the background, but it's screaming. It's a ripping sound. It is a screaming sound. And these little quick flashes that you remember of when you first sort of had that vision, that shared vision, where the seed of Drinax was being force-fed blood. And as you drink in that moment, you realize that what you are doing, and you realize it because you're channeling through this Viridian, which is attuned to these things, that you are ripping someone's very essence and capturing it before it can be dissipated into death in a natural way. And you are stealing it in a way that is painful for them, that is violent, that is a very, very deep, unnatural violation of the order of death for your own benefit. That when you drink in this essence, you will have truly and fundamentally destroyed the being that was attached to it in a way that will remove them from the cycle of life and death. But it is so much power. So much power.
Terica would immediately stop as soon as they hear the screaming and they see the shredding, and they would like cut it off, and then they probably threw up in the Elaine. Oh no.
Roll.
What am I rolling? Oh
yeah.
God.
You need to roll for that, my friend. Psionic strength. Just a flat psionic strength roll.
Cool. Good thing I'm hopped up on drugs.
If you were not hopped up on drugs, this might be harder for you to do. Huh? Enough to cut it off. I will note two things. One, some gets through.
Oh no.
Some gets through to your brooch.
Can Terica give it back?
No.
Okay.
Once you've stolen someone's very life essence, you can't really give it back. Make a luck roll for me.
Okay. Well, that wasn't great.
That's not a good roll.
That was really bad.
Super bad. Okay. I need you to make one more roll. Endurance based.
Oh no, that's not great. Well, at least I don't have a negative right now.
Okay. You have a pain. You feel some physical pain in your chest, right below the brooch, as it the brooch itself glows and pulses when you do this for that like, it seems like a brief moment, although it's probably a little bit longer than you think. There's just a little bit of pain in your chest, like you've been pierced. And that is what I suppose you sort of remember as you sort of have your little bit of vomiting in the Elaine. And I'm going to take that moment, and in this moment you, I believe, touch Val's hands.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to know how much of a whiff of eau de mort you had on you when you touched hands with each other in the psionic space.
Like how much Terica smells of death right now?
Yes. I just need to know that before you actually touch each other's hands.
I mean, I think Terica probably smells a lot like death because the death of all 22 of those beings weighs on them, and then they ate some of it. Like there's no way that they don't smell like death right now.
Val,
so Trooper, is that death just is the craft service table still open?
It is now closed, but you can smell it that it was there.
Well, that's even worse.
Oh. Pom pom pom.
And you can smell.
Did somebody in here have pizza?
Yes. Somebody had
pizza. So good.
That was me, so sorry.
Somebody had pizza. You can smell it.
Can I tell if they consumed?
It's unclear, but could go either way.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. You've never smelt death lingering on anybody else before. Even though people have killed people, including Terica. Terica has killed people before.
This is true.
Drink or didn't drink, the answer is the same as Val would say to them, it's going to be okay.
Yeah. I'll be here. Whatever you need, you let me know.
This is when Severance walks by.
Then hearing Severance, but still psionically.
Q. Oh, damn it. Give me one more time.
And then we kill Severance.
That was such a sitcom intro, you know? It's like, and Severance.
Oh, and everybody goes, yay! But that's when Severance has catchphrase.
Is that just me?
How you doing? All right. Anywho, so yeah, hearing Severance approach, Val would psionically to Terica say, we're going to need power. A lot of it.
All right. And they're going to look a little green, and then they'll say, we'll find a way.
You both just staring at each other?
Terica will like step out of psionic space to...
So would Val.
I don't want to interrupt anything with you, just...
No, you're not...
We're just talking, Severance.
It's fine.
Oh, all right. In your mind.
What are you up to, my friend?
Cool. I was gonna head over toward that ship. That's ours, yes?
It's a nice one.
The Elaine. Yeah. It's jump 4.
I would like a tour. Jump 4?
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
I would like a tour immediately.
Well,
right.
Despite my expertise in ships, I will defer to Terica as I head back up to my sick bay.
Hey, you'll at least help me pull scrap to fix the gambler, right?
No.
Not you.
Oh, yes. Oh, good.
I'm a physician, not a mechanic.
Yes, that is some real bullshit right there, Val. Come on.
I have a diploma that literally says that.
I know what your diploma says. What are you going to do to help fix this? You're just going to hand it all to me?
Moral support, encouragement. I could probably find a megaphone somewhere.
Are you talking about the damaged wing?
Perfect. I want you on a megaphone the entire time I'm repairing this.
I can also defer to Sue. Sue is my assistant, so I'll record
Danica.
something nice and it'll just repeat.
Erica, we could pay the people here of TkTk to repair the ship, and while you give me a tour, I mean, you don't have to worry about dirtying your hands upon Val's
What
mistakes.
that's an amazing idea. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'm going to go upstairs. I'll see you all later.
Hey, you son of a bitch.
Admiral, but yes, you're welcome.
We're not having TkTks touch this ship. The gambler is not, nobody touches the gambler but us.
Okay, that is fair, and I understand.
Good. Well done.
But I'm not going to repair it.
Well, I hope Val finds his megaphone. And Terica will head toward where the ramp is to start showing Severance the Elaine. And they'll pop on their rebreather and everything,
And you still have a bit of a sharp pain in your chest underneath your brooch.
Yeah. But I wonder if Terica can't just put that into a little box along with everything else that's in a little
All the other
box right
feelings.
now.
Do you check it out?
Yeah. No, I want to put it into a box. I want to just shove it really deep down and ignore it. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think ignoring physical pain's a great idea.
Yeah, we're going to totally ignore it. Yeah. It's not a thing. It's fine.
If adulthood has taught me anything.
If your knees hurt, ignore it. It's fine.
It's just you getting old, you old sack of shit.
Yep.
That's it.
As you two sort of head out of the ramp, I want to sort of move us over into the bar, the downport bar. If Lindy is here.
I'm here.
Great.
The power's back out, but I'm here.
Under red alert.
Yes.
We are under red alert. Well, it's this or this. So I figured the red alert was a slightly better look.
It's the bar. Yeah. The bar has a red light going on. You're in the red light district of TkTk.
Yeah, it's
You're
fine.
in the red light TkTk.
It's great. Now, as you are in this bar with Sue and the scouts, you are they're playing poker. You're chatting. They're having a lovely time.
Yeah.
Asking how everything is going. What's the word?
Lots of bullshitting.
General chat. Yes. I believe you had some questions for them. And Sue is, can I get a gambling roll from you?
Oh, I don't think I'm good at gambling. Hold on. Let me see. Gambling. Yeah, I don't think I have that skill, so it's just going to be a jack of all trades. Gambling what?
Quint?
Yes, Quint is gambling right now.
Are they
Oh, I froze for a second. Yeah, a gambling what? Check.
Or rather, isn't Lindy doing something with power?
No, Lindy's in the bar with the scouts, and they're playing poker. Mm-hmm. Lindy has led the scouts away from you all.
I'm not seeing Lindy on Video Ninja, and so I was wondering if...
Oh, no!
No, here's how you can fix that. If you see there's a button right underneath Lindy's cam that has a camera with a little X through it, and there's a camera without the X through it. Click on the X and then click on the other camera.
So I don't see her at all.
Lindy back up.
Which is why I was asking the question. Okay. So maybe it's just a me thing, though.
Yeah, but you can usually get it back up by hitting the disable video preview button and then re-enable it. That tends to be how it works for me.
Okie dokie. I will figure it out. Never mind me.
If you would, could you make me that gambling roll?
Gambling what roll?
This would be intellect.
Okay. It's gonna take a second. There might be a
little. Okay. I'm going to make a roll for the other side, if you don't mind. I already did a 2d6, but that was for help from Sue.
Sure.
you clean their clock. You clean their clock. And so Stevie's like, oh, well, you are very good at...
to make it up for them, I buy them all another round of drinks. Yeah.
So how was your trip? How was your vacation?
You know, it's been all right. Just making a little side, some money on the side. Also, I mean, what am I gonna do? Just sitting on a planet for a couple months? I'd be bored out of my mind. I gotta travel.
Yes, I imagine so. Well, what brings you here?
Well, honestly, they were the only ship that was hiring at the last port I was at, so that was going to come back to that port within, vacation time. So that's what I don't know what they had. They did to do some beat up with someone or something. I don't know. Tried not to ask too many questions.
You're still doing the survey, yes?
It's been put on hold, but yes.
Well, that's good. That's good, I guess. So, I'm gonna raise you, right? And they will have a pretty pleasant sort of. They will spend quite some time, and they will tell jokes. I remember, and there's stories about when they were scouting at some planet 7 years ago, and how they ran it, and it was just, they had to go to a diplomatic thing to find out what the government was like, but then somebody vomited. There's a lot.
I
of
laugh
stories.
at all the appropriate moments.
And Sue, a beat late, but then also does laugh. Kind of follows what you do.
It's okay. It's fine. Yep. And also, I'm just gonna, just make sure they're very well lubricated on the alcohol. Which, if I'm beating them all at poker, I'm using their own money to pay for drinks, basically. So it's fine. Because well lubricated people tend to talk a bit more than they might not, than they might otherwise, and they might remember a little less. It's fine. It's just that's all.
So, tell me about Chaz. What happened to him?
Oh my gosh, he started having he's always been Chaz, but he started having anxiety attacks, panic attacks fairly regularly, and so he took some. It's part of the reason why I'm on leave right now is because he had a full on meltdown and. Oh. He had to get called in for a medical,
Oh, well, then you reported it. That's good.
Of course.
How long? Yeah. How long do you plan on staying here?
Oh, I'm probably gonna be leaving when they're leaving. I don't think they're planning on staying for more than a couple days. So.
Oh, that's
a day
good.
or two.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yes, you'll probably want to leave as soon as you can.
That's the plan. It's part of why. They had a quick turnaround time. That's what they told me. So.
Surprised. Well, I suppose you're on assignment, so you're not given the word. She smiles.
And I'll just shrug, how it is.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. Are they traders? Is that what they are?
Yeah, they do trading.
Well,
the cargo bay is practically full.
Oh, there's not much trade here. Probably not that many passengers either.
I think they had a friend here or something. This was a bit of we were just on Aces, a bit of a social visit, I think, or something, and hence the quick turnaround time, just to pop in and check on someone or something. By the way, when we were coming in, I noticed there was I noticed an explosion, actually. Rather large area explosion. If you show me a map, I could jump behind the coordinates. I wasn't sure if that was something you probably needed to. Wasn't sure if you'd gotten to that side and needed to re-scout it or something.
She pulls up a map on her tablet.
Mm-hmm.
About where?
And I'll point out to approximately where the millennial warlord hideout was. Around somewhere around that area. It wasn't too close, but around there.
Strange.
Enough to see the mushroom cloud.
Well, we've been through that area sort of counting tick-ticks, but we hadn't seen anything strange there. But, to be honest, various pirates sometimes make bases here. So it might have been something like that. We didn't notice a pirate base there. It's a bit of I have to tell you, it's a bit dangerous doing a survey on this planet since it's...
really?
Mostly...
More than just the air?
Oh, certainly. It's mostly tick-ticks, these sad city-states, and sometimes pirate bases. All sorts of smugglers and pirates sort of set up place in the outback. Not so many. We've run into maybe 2, got into a bit of a firefight, but we were all right with that. They don't take kindly to strangers, but to be honest, neither does hardly anyone here takes kindly to strangers. You don't have to be a pirate for that, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
A bit of a shame, though. These tick-ticks, they are... Well, they're a bit endangered.
Yes, it's really quite a shame. I don't know much about them, but I saw a picture,
Oh, yes, no, they're fascinating. They're,
just kind of cute.
Yes, people think this. Well, there's a bit of a debate, you see, about whether or not they're related to the chirpers, but most of the scientists, the Imperial scientists, don't think they are, because, there's no sort of ancient artifacts or ruins on this planet, so... And usually the only places we found chirpers are places where there are ancient ruins. So scientists think that perhaps
they're not related to the chirpers, or someone brought them here a really long time ago.
That would be strange. They do have... They're very fascinating, though. They've got a lot of really interesting mythology.
Really?
Oh, yes. I was able to get something from drawings. They have stories about a great ancient weapon that is some sort of
really
massive. Yes, some sort of massively large weapon that could, destroy planets. Or it's a little bit unclear if they mean planets or stars. But could you imagine a weapon like that?
It'd be terrible if it got into the wrong hands.
Oh, indeed. I made a report back to, back to the Imperium through the Scout Service, so they know. I mean, it would be interesting if they actually knew where this weapon would be found, or where one could find it.
Sure would be, but I doubt they know anything. I mean, aren't they very primitive?
Well, they are.
Maybe if it's all folklore, then it's probably ancient history then.
Yes, that's what I think, but that's not necessarily what everyone thinks.
There's always differing opinions.
Yes. It seems that, just between you and us, the Imperial Navy seems quite interested in these stories of some sort of large
That's odd.
weapon. Well, not necessarily. The Zodani are on the move. We've seen them a little bit more out and about. Tensions are a bit high.
Have you? I haven't run into any on our scouting areas.
No, up by Regina, up that way. There's
Regina.
Up on the border, the frontier, sort of word of Zodani ships flying about. Actually, saw one here in the Reaches recently as well.
No, really?
Oh, yes. Well,
that's quite a ways for them.
You'd think. If you see any Zodani ships or more evidence, that would be good for you to note and report back in your process. Or
I note everything. Well, Chaz has been sending most of the reports, but, I put input.
I'd keep a lookout for, we think there might be a secret Zodani base out this way somewhere.
Really?
Haven't been able to prove it.
Well, I'll keep my eyes and ears out. I'll take care not to get on the bad side of any pirates down here.
No. If there's a war between the Imperium and the Zodani, the Imperium will need some sort of weapon like that if it actually exists.
It'd be very messy.
Yes. So,
War always is.
War always is. Well, I have to say, one of the communities I went through, one of the TkTk communities, they've just disappeared. They must have just moved on, but yes. We're trying to keep a good count of them, so that we know how many are there, so we can protect them and all. But it seems a whole village just went missing.
Huh. How long ago? Was it like a recent thing?
Yes, I went by last month. I went by just 2 days ago, and they were gone.
Wow. Yeah, it's a quick move.
Yes, but they left all of their things with them, which seems strange.
That does seem strange. Maybe they joined another TkTk community?
Yes, a bit strange. Well, we're here for another 2.5 years unless something happens.
You've got a while.
Yes. I don't get to see many visitors. Oh, would you, she beams over a small encrypted packet of data. When you get back, would you just send this off? It's for my family. But I figured it'd be a bit faster. We don't get a lot of messenger ships coming through here.
Sure. I'll take care of it, but, if there really are Zodani about, maybe just send a copy with the encrypted messenger ship as well, just to make sure.
Yes. You have to watch out. I remember, I saw a Zodani attack once. It was,
Did you?
Yeah, it was very scary. They just reached their hands out and just people went down without even, they just assaulted their minds and they were just down, bleeding from their nose without even firing a shot. It was, they just looked at them. It was scary.
Imagine that'd be startling. I've never seen anything like that, but...
No. Luckily, I hope you never do. They just... It was very disturbing.
I'd imagine so. On to less disturbing things, and I, order another round of drinks for them.
Yes. Well, you won't be coming back this way anytime soon, will you?
No, not planning on it, at least. No. I mean, you're doing the survey here, why would I need to come back?
Yes. Well, all right then. Please.
Oh, speaking of which, since I'm going to be, getting back on the job soon. All these
drinks have got tops and straws, so you can put them in your rebreather.
Yep.
Because this.
Yeah. Speaking of which, crew they needed some spaces. Do you know good? Since I'm going to be getting back to scouting soon, good pilots, astrogators here that might be able to be hired for off-world work for them.
I know a pilot. An astrogator, I don't think.
Astrogator, engineer.
Ooh. Let me see. Engineer? No, I know a pilot though.
All right. It'd be great if you could put me into contact with them.
Of course. Now, if you would, they missed their roll for their second one by 1. If you like, you could spend one of your luck.
Uh-huh.
They need a 7 if you wanted to spend your luck.
If we want to hire people to drive that ship back, be good for them to know. Cool. Luck.
I think I could get you, there's, and she sort of writes down 2 names for you to look at. She's like, you should look at, I'm going to make 2 rolls, by the way. Just ignore them. These are not to be worried about.
Sure.
There was
Of course not.
Gollum Grier is a good pilot about. And, Sperrick, I think, might be an engineer for you. I can give you, and she sort of points them out in the bar themselves.
Okay. Oh. Thank you very much. It saves some time. But, they've gotten...
Gollum Grier, he's ex-Imperial Navy. He's somebody you can really trust.
Is he?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. Love that.
Actually, they both are. They mustered out, and now they're just sort of hanging about. They've been here for a while.
Good to know.
She smiles.
Thanks for the tip.
And Sue says, well, if we're ready, I think we might need to go.
Is it that time already? Well, poker has been fabulous. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys enjoyed the drinks.
Yes. Well, if you need anything, just send a message. I'll be out here for a while, unless anything happens.
Of course. Let's just hope that, if we're lucky, I'll get paired up with someone that's not Chaz soon.
Yes. Well, good luck. And she smiles.
Thanks.
And she says, look, I'll put in a word for you, so maybe we can get you reassigned to a different ship.
Don't worry about it. I mean, that last break was really bad, and even though he was self-aware to self-report it all, I'm not sure if they're going to put him back on reassignment, if you know what I mean.
Well...
And anyone is better than Chaz.
Well, the thing is that I know there's going to be a lot of the scout ships are going to be called up, busy. So I imagine they'll probably keep Chaz on, at least for a bit.
Yeah, well, what can you do?
But I imagine once the big operation is done, then I imagine then Chaz can be let go and you can be put on someone else. Although,
probably,
if you're interested, I could put in a word for you, and maybe we can get you transferred to the operation.
Don't worry about it. I mean, I've survived Chaz this long. What's a few more years?
I mean, it's a pretty good operation.
I don't have the requirements to get on an operation this size. I'm too new. Not even cleared for level 3 or 4 surveys. This is level 5.
That's true, but not this operation. There's another operation that
might be
interesting for you.
Well, give me the details real quick before I have to go.
Well, I can't really give you details, but I would say it would involve...
Little teaser.
Coming back to TkTk soon.
Interesting. Well, I'll keep that in mind.
Would you like me to put in a word for you?
And Quint will look like Quincy. Will look like they're really... Quinlan will look like they're really thinking about it. Like, as charming of a world as TkTk is, and the thrilling prospect of a new operation, I gotta say, there's something to be said about the same old comfort of routine.
All right. Well...
Appreciate it, though.
If you're looking for glory and a chance to get promoted, it's going to be big.
If I change my mind, I'll send you a message.
All right. But make it quick. I don't know when it's going to go off, but it'll be somewhat soon, I think.
All right. Good to know.
And
Take care.
Stands up. And takes your chair out for you.
Yep. And I'll stand up, kind of like do the whelp, Midwestern, hands on the thighs, get up, and one last round for them to the bartender, and order the one more. Because again, it's their money that I beat them with in poker, so it's fine. And I'll order a bottle of something that tastes good, and whatever the strongest thing they have is to bring back to the ship for Corinne.
Yep. And I imagine you're going to want to go and recruit those, the pilot and the engineer?
I don't know if the rest of the group wants it. I'll give them I'll shill it like a job offer, but it's like not 100% yet. Sure. Here's the deeds, but it would, I need final confirmation from the rest of the ship that I'm on. So yeah, I'll do that while I'm still in the bar. But not give them like the 100%, because I don't know if the crew wants that.
Yeah.
We probably need it, but I don't know. They're weird. They're weird
So
sometimes.
you and Sue will become walking back towards the gambler as Terica and Severance are heading towards the Elaine. Like you're going to be passing by the Elaine to get to the gambler.
Cool.
And you see them on the tarmac, both crossing over. And as you both see each other, I want to pop up to the Harlock.
Ooh.
The Harlock.
Yes.
Are you available?
Well, the Harlock just went to her room and was in there. It depends on what availability is being asked.
There's a knock.
Yes, what?
Not in physical space, in psionic space.
No.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I think the Harlock would take a very brief beat, but only the briefest, because, putting on, I'm an agent, this is what I do, and would go and kind of we dive into psionic space. I imagine the Harlock probably would have been sitting in her room.
Your telepathy?
Looking almost like in a meditation kind of pose, and then going in. So telepathy, you say?
Mm-hmm.
That is a 13.
Spend one of your psi points. That's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a knock on the door, psionically.
Yes.
If you open the door, you walk into a library with stacks of books everywhere.
A library, you say? I know someone who utilizes a library.
You do.
Yes, so absolutely would. And I think at first would probably expand the mind a little to be like, because you don't just open your mind to anyone, but I would envision there's probably a familiar kind of vibe. So absolutely would open the door and walk in.
And there is, in the back of the library, a table with a tea set. And there is your antiquarian that you met on Thebes.
The Harlock would walk in, but hover near until being asked or invited to actually.
Please, come in.
Yeah. Of course, and would sit opposite, or however the arrangement is.
It's a nice small circle, and she pours a cup of tea, and she says, imagine my surprise to find you here on TkTk.
Well, imagine my surprise returned. Are you nearby?
Yes, not too far. I'm in one of the small taverns. I have a room here. I was here doing surveys on the TkTks.
Well, will the pleasurable surprises never cease?
It's good to see you. I'm just doing my business, seeing what I can find. I don't know if you noticed there was some sort of... I just sent a scan out to see if there's anybody around, because something happened about a half hour ago. Some sort of death happened.
Yes, I thought I felt something like that, and it must have been fairly within this region of the planet, because there was a slight rumbling.
Yes. Do you have anything to report to me that I can pass on?
And I sets the cup down, kind of leans forward. Well, there is something we've come across that I am rather concerned about. Do you recall the psionic drugs that we have back home?
Yes.
Well, it seems that the non-psionics have developed something, and it's nothing like what we've seen before. It's dangerous, and it makes them extremely powerful.
Without training?
I couldn't be in the same room with it. I couldn't breathe the same air. Our ship's doctor actually had informed me that it seems that there's some genetic modification done to it where it attacks Zodani DNA specifically. It seems there's some sort of biological warfare going on, to the likes we've never seen before.
There are reports that the Imperium is incurring into our space on the frontier up north of Regina. They're being somewhat aggressive. We're not quite certain if this means war or not. The last time we had a war, it was terrible, and they keep pressing into our space, always expanding. I wonder if this is some sort of part of that.
Well, my guess would be they have something up their sleeve to allow them to be so bold.
It's terrible. Listen, this is not anything that I should tell you, because it's not your mission as far as I know. But the blood that you gave us,
yes,
we were able to confirm that that was from this figure we're looking for.
It was. I had a suspicion.
I'm here because there were reports that this figure had been here, but I've asked about, looked in people's minds. It seems as if he was here, but I missed him.
Yes, I actually spoke with one of the Varger who was checking the ship information, and evidently he is known to return every 10 to 15 years or so, which is far more sparse than I had been hoping for.
Do you have any idea of where he might have gone next?
I don't, unfortunately. I get the sense there are likely various labs or retreats that this individual has on various planets. My guess, if I had to wager one, would be that he's going to be sticking to the ones that are a little further out of the way. This doesn't seem like the sort of place one would come willingly.
Yes. Listen, Lady the Harlock, you should know that this figure, I don't know if it's, I'm not authorized to tell you this. You understand?
Well, and the Harlock would lean forward and just gently place a hand right atop of her hand. Well, then I never heard it. Then leaning back again.
We believe that this figure has agents that do its bidding. And you know that we are mostly safe within our space because we have very good security to know if people's minds are full of ill intent.
Of course.
But we cannot always protect the Zodani when they're outside of the consulate. We captured someone. Again, you did not hear this from me, and I would not tell you if this were not relevant to you.
Of course. What sort of capture? What's the relevance?
We captured someone who was looking to find someone.
What sort of someone?
Specific. Your cousin. To get married.
I'm sorry. Married?
Yes. To a minor noble from this area.
Do we have any idea who the minor noble would have been, they'd be in for an unpleasant shock.
Well, the name we got was a TkTk Rappenhausen, I think. Yes, but the agent we found had genetic labs done on your cousin, so we thought this was perhaps suspicious. This is an agent that we have seen in the company of this person of interest.
This agent, what is known about them? What are they Zidani as well?
No.
Has it gotten that far?
No. Luckily, no. Some sort of trader of some sort. They presented themselves as being you know that we Zidani have ways to find out if people are lying to us, and to find out what the truth is.
Of course.
Yes. This agent claimed to be a representative of someone in the court of Drinax, wanting to make a match for some Drinaxian noble and someone of, your cousin. Your family, of course, is quite an on the rim, but respected and important noble family. And, we thought there was something wrong, and then we took this person to one of the rooms where we had a in-depth conversation with them.
Well, I'm glad to hear of it. This involves my family, after all.
Yes, but they were not connected to the Drinaxian court. They're connected to this figure that we're looking for. They were told to, what we were able to extract from their mind was that this figure, the person of interest, told the agent that plans had changed and a different genetic donor was needed. And apparently, your cousin had the requisite genetic psionic potential.
Yes, potential being the operative word.
Yes. Your cousin is safe.
Well, that's
as far as we know.
A moderate relief.
Though he has expressed a desire to become a trader and leave the consulate and to see the stars, but we would like to have that request denied so that he stays within the consulate safe.
Well, he's certainly not equipped to successfully explore anywhere without making himself known for what he really is.
Yes. And unfortunately, it seems as if your family's genetics is desired by this person of interest. Any sort of... it seems that from what we could tell, from taking the mind of this agent, the person of interest wishes to have a child with your family line. For some reasons we do not know.
That's odd and upsetting.
Yes. Well, this is not part of your mission, but we thought you should know that whatever this person of interest wants, it now involves, your cousin.
Is there any word of where my cousin was last known?
Well, sadly for me, I'm out here, so I don't know. I've just sent word back to the consulate from what I found.
Of course. Well, I imagine the consulate would be aware and track his movements.
Yes. It is just that it seems as if something important would happen with a genetic union between whatever this figure is and with your family line. Something that, whatever it is, we cannot let that person of interest have.
No, that... I can tell you so much that whatever it is, it's no good. It's no good for us, it's no good, likely, for the universe on a broader scale as well.
Yes. I imagine if they could get access to the sort of sonic power that your family has, mostly within the women of your family line, but if whoever that person could get access to that, who knows what would happen there.
Mm. Yes, that would certainly not bode well.
No. If you have any leads on where we can find that person of interest, please let us know. We have to send out a strike team to capture that figure. He's far too dangerous.
Well, I will say he is extremely powerful as well. So much so that I'm not sure a regular strike team would do the trick, unfortunately.
We sent out one once. We didn't hear back from it.
Probably, from what I've seen, no more for this realm, unfortunately. I haven't seen anything like it before, and I've seen a great many things.
Well, I'll tell the strike team in this region that they'll need to send more powerful psionics the next time.
Yes. And do pass along about these drugs. If anything,
Yes,
if it makes others more powerful, I can't even imagine what it would begin to do to this individual.
yes.
I shudder to think.
Last thing about your mission.
Yes.
Have you found a source for Viridian yet?
Well, perhaps two birds with one stone. When I had found my way to the being's lab, there was a great amount of Viridian there. Unfortunately, it was cracked and broken, and there wasn't much to be done with it. But my anticipation is if we can find any more of these locations, we could potentially obtain some from those places.
All right. Well, we will continue questioning the agent. Perhaps we can find one of these labs. But we would like to find a complete source of Viridian, a place where we can mine it. If you have any leads, please report that back. Also, if you can, if you locate where the person of interest might be, please tell us and we will send in a strike team. And the one that you have on your ship that you said he's not important.
Ugh. If anything, a disappointment.
I see.
Useful to keep him along, as I anticipate perhaps this being may reach out again, try and get in touch. He seems to be valuable to him for some reason. Bait, as it were.
The clone you said of
yes.
The original body. Well,
yes.
We will let you continue to monitor and keep that one under your control. But in case it gets too dangerous, let us know and we will take him in.
Of course. And the Harlock will lean forward to give, and I think this would be kind of a standard exit line that they all give, but would lean forward and if her hand's down, kind of place it over like that. Well, leave no mind unbroken.
No. Lady the Harlock, as always, it is a pleasure. I have I trained under your aunt, and I have only the utmost respect for your family. And I will, if I hear back about where your cousin is, I will let you know.
Yes, please do. He's practically useless.
Yes. He did, the agent did have on his person a letter from this Terika Rippenhausen expressing their desire for this marriage and promising to meet up with him soon.
Interesting. Well, I would imagine in that case that perhaps the consulate may find value in sending out an agent in my cousin's stead. Who knows? It may take us a step closer to this character.
Yes. Well, we shall do that. But thank you. Again.
Yes.
The smell of war is in the air, I'm afraid. And we can't have whatever this is going on. If you can find the Viridian, it will be important to the Sudani. And please be careful. This being, this person of interest, should not get access to you either.
Yes, if they are trying to obtain my cousin, I shudder to think what they would do if they realized the connection.
Yes. Well, let no mind go unbroken. My lady.
And would stand and like kind of push away from the table as if, and everything would, I imagine, just fade as the Harlock is standing up, and then come back into the real space, but still sitting in a meditation-esque pose.
Mm-hmm. And before we go, Val.
Yeah.
Sue is not on the ship.
Okay.
The suit is not on the ship. You have left your conversation and you've gone back up, and the suit is not there in your room.
Can I call the suit?
You could.
Can I call the suit?
Yes, what would you say?
Time to bring the dogs in, old boy.
Well, I'm just finished up a game of poker right now.
Great. Need you back here, bud.
All right. As soon as Quint and I make it back from the bar, I will see you in a few moments. Oh, it looks like there is a tour of the Elaine going on. One moment. Excuse me, Quint.
Yes?
Well, my son needs me back up on the Gambler. Do you mind if I go, or should I stay right here with you for this tour that you have going on?
Oh, no, please, go. If he needs you, you're needed.
And he takes your hand and he kisses it, except it's just like the suits.
It's just, thunk, yeah, it's the suit mask to the, yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, Terika and also Severance, you see this. You see the suit there with Quint walking right by you, right, because you're converging at the Elaine. And the suit just sort of takes Quint's hand and kisses it, except it's a face mask. It's like
it's just a
Iron Man
mech
suit, really.
Bonk, yeah.
Mech suit. And then the suit, like, tips a hat that does not exist to both of you, the Severance and Terika, and goes, both of you, it's nice to see you again. I'm going back on the ship to see my son. Excuse me. And then you hear, Val, you hear, I'm on my way. Everybody here is fine. They don't need my protection. Be back.
Sounds good.
Sue just heads back towards the Gambler, tipping an invisible hat to both of you, Terika, and also Severance.
Val.
Val, this is,
Yes.
Admiral. You are aware that your suit is walking.
Of course.
You are not in it?
That is also correct.
All right. Thank you.
And Sue walks up into the gambler, and that's where we're going to take our break, everybody. That's where we're going to take our break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. And since everything's taken care of, I guess we're all just going to leave. And just clearly no problems. That's it. Yeah. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Fine.
Just fine. Yeah. Drink some water, stretch your legs, and we will
Go
be
outside, look
back.
at the northern lights.
Yeah, just look at the northern lights. It's fine, everybody.
Hope the lights come back on.
Yep, that's true.
And welcome back, everybody. I just asked my cast and crew some questions, and they were very excited about them and in no way distressed. So, we're back, everyone. Therapy. So,
Therapy who?
Therapy, I don't know her.
So, my friends, there's a nice tour of the Elaine. It is a beautiful yacht. It's like a souped up, it's like a Maserati, you know what I mean? It's like a Lamborghini. It's one of those sorts of things. It is fast, it is sleek. It has no armor or weaponry.
It has no armor. Perfect.
But it is very fast. And
I like it.
it is luxurious. Let me ask you all, since we're at this moment, you have a day. What are you going to do with the fact that you have 2 ships and not enough
3
pilots or engineers? What are you all going to do? I believe that we should probably be in our what's the word? Our group space to have a discussion about what to do when you. Oh, right, y'all. There's the bridge. Terka has not seen the bridge.
I don't remember what happened on the bridge. And I'm very excited because it's going to be a nice little surprise for me, too.
Yeah. I imagine after that tour, you all come back to the Gambler.
Feeling good, feeling refreshed. Nothing bad's going to happen in the bridge.
Yep. Okay. And I know that there's a group conversation that needs to happen about what you're all going to do with the Elaine and all of that. So,
what's also wonderful is I got the map for the Elaine during that. So, like, meta-wise, I got a map. Narrative-wise, you gave me a tour, and it's wonderful.
It's nice. Terka, I suppose it's time for you to go with Quint to the bridge before this big conversation happens. Because I bet you probably want to see it before any conversations happen.
Right. Okay. We're there. Are you sure? Okay.
Does anybody else want to be
Wesley
there?
too.
Yeah. Wesley's actually at the door to the bridge with the door closed, just so that Terka cannot get onto the bridge without Quint being there.
How nervous does Wesley look?
Nervous. Does anybody else want to be there when Terka sees the bridge? What happened to it?
I think I'm I probably went back to my room for a sec.
Yeah,
So
Terica's gonna go there now. I mean, maybe nobody else wants to see it. I mean, it could just be them. I don't know, because it's a,
Terica is the last one to see what happened.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know what happened either.
So just me, Wesley, then? Cool.
Okay. I'm just going to ask the Harlock or Val, do you want to be there when
Val shook his head no. He was like...
Nope. Oh, yeah, no. Nobody does.
I think the Harlock would still be in her room, just being in there.
Okay, well...
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Love it.
Terica, there's going to have to be a crew meeting, but I feel like maybe you should see what happened before, just in case you... I mean, they might freak out. I don't know. So, Quint leads you up to the threshold of the bridge, and Wesley's standing in front of the door of the bridge, like, with this, like, big eyes and blocking the door.
Wesley, you should do it.
Now?
Yeah.
But, where's everybody else? Shouldn't they be here for this?
They decided to be elsewhere.
So, Tara's just gonna see it and it's just you and I?
Val would walk up and just kind of stand in the hallway.
Okay.
I haven't been on it.
I gotta come through. Hold on. Before this happens, I gotta refresh something. Excuse me for one moment. Studio
Wesley,
mode.
you've been standing here. You could have just refreshed it while you were standing here.
Well, I know. I just okay. Just get right there, and then I gotta refresh right there. There we go.
Right. It'll be just.
There we go.
Moments.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. So.
You should walk Terica through it. Yes.
Just. Okay.
It's better if you just rip the Band-Aid off. How bad is it?
What? Oh. He puts his hand over the sensor to open the door to the bridge. And the iris opens up. Maybe just close your eyes.
Wesley and Terica will just like walk through the iris.
And you see the bridge. And something definitely has happened to this bridge in the last week. It is completely repaired in terms of the aesthetics, the cosmetics. Every single bit of brass has been polished and fixed. All the fixtures have been replaced. All those loose panels and the sparking wires have been fixed. Everything is polished. All of the red velvet on all of the seats have been repaired and replaced. The entire thing looks like something out of a picture book, a history book. It is completely restored, and I have to tell you, it looks amazing. Anybody who walks in on this, it almost would take your breath away at how gorgeous this looks.
And Terica's just gonna like run their hands over just like every piece of it with just, and then they're gonna turn to like Wesley and Quint and try and like get both of them in a hug at the same time.
Right before Terica turns around, Val just leans forward to Wesley and says, "Nice job," and then he walks off.
And Wesley looks to Val like, "Oh, you're not going to leave me here." Oh, and then I think the hug happens, right? Like,
well, this is amazing. It's you did this. You both did this. This is the most of it. This is is that real? Oh my gosh, that is the actual. That's the original. That's what we pulled up. That's the original. See, and you the stitching. You got the stitching right.
Wesley can now reupholster cushions.
Oh my gosh, it's
valuable skill.
gorgeous. This is and the way that you molded it, look, you kept the original, the engraving on this. You kept the whole engraving just so beautifully, and then all of the buttons. You replaced the buttons. Like, this is.
Quint got everything down there on number 1 and brought everything up and then we spent the whole week fixing
Wesley put in a lot of elbow grease while doing all of the polishing and the reupholstering. Now do buttons and cushions and
the panel.
Here's the panel.
And like a tear will like fall down Terrica's face, and they'll like really quickly just sort of.
But wait, come over here.
Okay,
This was all Quint, and Wesley leads you to the pilot's chair. This was all Quint. Quint did this one. This one was Quint's special. Quint did the pilot's chair. Look, everything's all. It's comfortable.
Oh my god, that spring is gone. Like Terrica will like sit down. Hey, miracles!
Let's hope it stays this time.
Right when Terrica sits on the chair, it's like power is returned. It's amazing.
Nice.
They just like, they run their hands over all of it, and then they'll like just look up at both Wesley and Quint, and from the very, very bottom of their heart, they're gonna say, and just with like all of the joy and all of this like love and delight, and they're gonna say, thank you so much. This is amazing.
Well,
We're glad you like it. Wesley thought it would be really nice to have a new and prepared bridge for you to come back to.
It's
because Val said you were coming back, and Severance, the Admiral said that we were gonna get you, and that we get you back. So we figured that we'd want you to have something nice to come back to.
This is really nice. This is really nice.
We didn't stay on a cease, but more of like 3 hours before Severance. The Admiral got us to, whipped us up in shape and had us leave immediately just to come find you.
Severance did?
Yeah, the Admiral was like...
He was very insistent upon it.
Oh.
Just enough time to refuel, basically.
Yeah, that was it.
Oh.
So... he said we had to come and get you, and so we did. But...
yeah.
figured it'd be good luck to... I hope it's okay. It's Quint's idea, though.
It's amazing. It's absolutely, it's amazing. It's
well, team effort, really.
Wesley,
we were the group. A group of two is a team. Just like, yeah.
I owe you both. You are.
No.
Yes. Yes. The next port, drinks are on me, or whatever you want to drink. They gestured to like Wesley.
Okay. Whiskey. Because I'm over 21. I've got ID.
you do not have ID. Listen,
Wesley.
no, you're not going to do that. You're going to pick something else more reasonable.
Okay.
All right, if you want a whiskey, I will buy you a whiskey. But if you don't finish it, then I'm giving it to Val. So.
Okay.
You don't want a whiskey. I'll tell you what you want.
Okay. Well,
It's like a newbie drink, not like
like
shot of whiskey,
like a pina colada. Like that's what we're gonna get.
We're pina colada or a whiskey sour at least.
Yes,
you know, like something a little.
Maybe a Manhattan.
Flavorful.
Although
a
Manhattan would like knock him on his rear end. That would be the end of Wesley.
Yeah.
Well, since you're back, I guess I'll be moving back into a different room. So, okay.
What? I told you could stay. You could stay. You can stay in my bed. It's fine.
No, I was staying with Quint. We were watching Crash Jones.
Oh, good.
It was really great.
You can stay. You can.
Anyway. Okay, I know we got a meeting in the meeting room. So I'm gonna go just leave you two in the bridge for like 5-10 minutes before the meeting with everybody. Okay,
All right,
bye.
Leslie,
And
very
Wesley goes and
transparent.
shuts the door.
Hi.
Glad you're back and not in some lab. Who said it was?
No, yeah, it was a lab. I felt something earlier. Are you okay?
What do you mean? What kind of feeling did you get?
I don't mean to pry. It's just, you remember when you said that
We're on
you
some very
felt all of...
extended psionic connection. I'm guessing this has to do with that.
You're sad. Why are you sad, Quint?
Oh.
I mean, you don't have to tell me, but, like, can I help?
No, it's just, when we were at port for the 3 hours in ACIS, I went to go look up some news from home to see if there was anything that could help me figure out who did this, and points to the arm. I was only able to get a couple of articles, but, well, someone very close to me died. Well, was murdered, and then I was framed for the murder.
Oh,
so,
Quint. And Terrica will, like, go to give them just a great big hug. Your video's frozen, so I can't see anything.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
I'm refreshing. Well, as long as you get my audio. Quite well. Not quite tense up, but there's like a reciprocated like hug, but it's not. It's like a little unsure. Like Quentin hasn't gotten many like genuine heartfelt hugs, kind of thing, and is a little awkward about it. And just, it's I figured I would have more time to be sad after we picked you up and left TkTk. So she was kind of like a mother figure, maternal figure, the closest thing I had. One of my very few friends. So it's just. I've been trying not to think about it too much until we get back into jump space.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stir it up. I wanted to.
That's fine. It's okay.
You know, you don't you don't have to go through this alone.
Terrica?
Yeah?
Are we friends?
Well, I thought we were. I mean, yes? Do you not want to be friends? I can stop. I can stop.
No, we can be friends. It's just I haven't had very many, and so, like real actual friends, because being a spy, you kind of have to keep everyone at, between that and the circ, you have to kind of keep everyone at arm's length. So I just really wasn't, I don't have a lot of experience in that. I wasn't sure. So, cool. Good to know.
No,
I'm sorry, this is very awkward.
No, I thought we were, well, that's, I mean, I am awkward. So
I wasn't sure. I kind of got friend vibes, but I wasn't sure if it was that or if it was other things. So I figured I should just ask.
No, fair. We don't have to have sex either. We can just be friends. Like
what?
I mean, well, I
don't
understand.
Liked the.
Well, sure, it's good, but I thought we were friends this whole time, so I just I'm a little
Oh, I mean, you can have sex with people that aren't your friends. This is at least back in Solomani space. I don't know how it is out here in the Reaches, but it seemed kind of the same.
no, yeah, no, there are definitely people who do that. Yeah. So you want to be friends, which is great. I thought we were
Sure.
so awesome. Do you you don't
I think
have
it's
to.
awkward.
Well, that's to be fair, that's how I am. So
Okay, so at least this, as long as it's not just me. You know,
no, I think if it was just you, that would be, you know, I don't know. But no, it's not just you. I just don't know how to.
all right.
I haven't been with a whole lot of people, so I don't know. You
Oh,
know.
I understand. I've not been with anyone really seriously. There was a kind of one person, but it's complicated. Um, since we're friends, I guess I should let you know I'm pretty much ace. So
Oh,
I mean, we can have sex, but that's not really my thing. So.
well, let's not have sex then. Let's just be friends. I mean, yeah. And I'm sorry. I should have asked
Just
better. I didn't, and I should have, and I'm
no,
really
I don't
sorry.
have a problem with it. It's just not my thing.
Fair.
I've done it a lot. I've been told I'm good at it. So
Well, you are. You're very good at it. So like your thing. I know you like Cirque, and I know you like Crash Jones.
yes,
What else do you like?
I'm still kind of trying to figure that all out.
Fair. I mean, you said you were trying to figure out who you were, so I just
I'll let you know if I find anything else out. So far, I like being on this ship well enough.
yeah, good. It's good to have you on this ship. You're. I'm glad we're friends. Yeah, probably is a weird thing to say. Sorry. It's probably a super weird thing
Yes,
to say.
I think you. No, you're fine. You're like my third friend. So
Oh, fair.
it's like, yeah.
I get. I don't. I had a lot of people who wanted to be my friend, but or who my mother wanted to be my friend. So, but it's different. Real friends, people that you can
It
trust.
is different. There were many people who
Yeah.
wanted to be my friends or who I had to become friends with for work, and it's very different than actually becoming friends with those people
Oh,
than just
yeah.
acting like you're friends with those people.
It is. Well,
I get it.
I mean, friends can be there when you're going through hard things. So if you need someone to shoulder to cry on or to drink with or whatever, you let me
Yes, I
know.
think I would like to drink and cry when we are safely in jump space and off
Fair.
of TkTk, at least a little bit.
Yeah. Speaking. Oh, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but you've been leaning on the intercom.
Bitch.
And we're all waiting for the meeting.
Yes, the meeting, yes. I'm just almost ready.
And Terica takes their arm off the intercom and is like, I am so sorry to Quint. And then they re-depress the intercom and they're like,
It's fine. It's fine.
and then they take their finger off. Not the thing I thought was, God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm so, okay. Okay. We'll be right there. And then they turn toward the iris to exit the bridge, and then they turn back from the iris or from like the exit, and they're like, it really does look amazing in here, like absolutely amazing.
Glad you liked it.
Thank you.
Also, we needed the room in the cargo bay.
Oh,
so
for what? Just a cargo?
Just to have room.
Okay.
It was full.
It was, yeah.
It's full.
Well, and then Tirika.
And we had a week in jump space, and Wesley was stressed out, and I was sad. So it was a good distraction, you know. A good surprise for you.
Sad for a whole week? Of course, you've been sad for a whole week. You told me when you learned. I get it. It's hard to.
We should get to that meeting.
Yeah, no, we should. And then Tirika zips out to the ship meeting area.
Everyone, we have in our sort of meeting space ready to discuss where to go and what to do next.
I'm gonna zip over to my other computers, so just
sure. Yep.
All right, nobody say anything important.
And
so the plan for Quinn.
So in our space, we have the Harlock. We have Severance, the Admiral.
Thank you.
We have Val. We have now joining them Quint and Terica. Wesley is also there, of course. He doesn't know if he's supposed to be there, but he is there. Karine is there. She looks irritated that she has to be there. Evan has put out hors d'oeuvres for the meeting because, of course, you would.
I fully believe that.
And the suit is also there.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Yeah.
Being there. Love
just
that.
being there.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, as soon as Terica and Quinn arrive, the Harlock, you know what? Not even hiding it; it's just staring at Terica.
Terica's they stop and they're like, "Look, I'm sorry. That was a private conversation. I will be very mindful of the intercom for the future."
We didn't hear anything.
So sorry. I'm sorry.
How'd you like the bridge?
It's amazing.
What's your favorite part? As Val deflects.
It's the pilot seat. Have you sat in it? Well, of course you sat in it. It's amazing though. It's absolutely just.
That's where he was sitting when he crashed the ship.
That's right, Harlock.
That tracks.
The Harlock.
Thank you.
Not today.
It's the bridge is very nice. It's got like a bit of a film on it. I think it's just like it's a bit grippy for my butt. So when I sit in the chairs, it doesn't. It's like makes a noise and it's.
Did you pull off the protective plastic?
No, I that's what I'm saying. I kind of liked the grime from before. The aged it had like a seasoning to it.
Well, the seats have a protective. You have to. It's not supposed
like an
to be
old skillet,
shiny.
like an old kitchen skillet.
Exactly. Yes.
I'll fix it.
No, Wesley, it's amazing. And Severance, you'll be fine.
Oh, it's all right. Also, by the way, as you've all entered in, there's stacked neatly are all of his tablets. There are 2 swords on the table. One of them you would recognize as Kareem.
Oh, Kareem.
And also, I think probably like a suitcase. And his hair's all sort of tied up. So as your sword, Terica, was in my room.
Thank you. Terica's going to pick it up and put it on their hip.
If anyone's interested in a new room, there is one available across from the medbay. I will be making my way toward the Elaine, this new ship. I will be
Severance.
Yes.
Leaving?
I'm not leaving, but I'm trying to make good. I'm trying to make a good use of this new ship we have. It's you were talking about its jumper capabilities, and I'm thinking it would be kind of beneficial for us to actually make some payments towards the king. And if we are, instead of shuttling it out towards any sort of banker, what if we did it ourselves?
You're not taking that ship by yourself.
Well, I was hoping that we would have a crew that would be able to. I would be able to take with us.
I will be joining you.
Talk with the... very well. Anyone else? Wait, hold on. Then this ship's going to need a captain.
You can only have 3 people on the Elaine comfortably.
Well,
maybe 4, but that someone's sharing a bed.
Yeah. I looked at the specs. Yep.
I just took the tour. Thank you, Wesley. So there is. So I'm sorry. I know. I feel like I'm just sort of throwing this all at you. What do y'all think?
Well, I think ideally it would be good if we had a crew for that ship, as
Correct.
It were.
Yes.
I did ask around a bit in port, and there is a possible pilot and astrogator for hire.
Have you been here this whole time, Quinn?
I have been. I've just been very quiet.
You are so sneaky. You are very good at that.
Just pops up right behind Severance.
Jesus. Warn somebody. Right?
These individuals, can they be trusted? How do you know them?
Well, when I was at the bar, I was basically getting these scouts very liquored up in the hopes that they would spill some beans. Apparently there's going to be an interesting operation here that's not theirs soonish. That could be in perhaps relation to the TkTks. I don't know what that means, but that was about all I was able to get out of them. I asked if they knew any good pilots, because they wouldn't at least pick super sketchy people. They said there was 2 former Imperial Navy people here. Well, at least one was a former Imperial Navy pilot and the astrogator. I wouldn't hire them long term, but they would be able to get you to point A to point B.
Quint, I hate to be the one to say this, but as pirates, we need sketchy people.
You want sketchy people, but you don't want sketchy crash your ship people.
Although,
and if they're former Imperial pilots and they're here, they're also probably a little sketchy, but at least they won't break your things.
Well, the benefit of them being less sketchy is that, and then turns to Severance, we could probably entrust them to deliver our payments without dipping their hands, as it were.
Well, yes, of course. But I think also delivering our payments with someone aboard would be nice. But also, we haven't had any conversations with the King of Drinax since we left. The
King of Drinax? What? You know the King of Drinax?
Wesley, this is a conversation for later.
I'll explain it to you later.
Surprise. I know people.
He's an admiral after all.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide up next to Karine and pass her 2 bottles of alcohol and just on the DL, just whoop.
She sees them. She looks irritated, and then she reaches into her pack and she pulls out a bottle of Tabasco sauce and she hands it to you.
She puts it in the whiskey.
And I'll just put that in the cargo pocket where the bottles came from.
Point of order, there's not a lot of Tabasco sauce left because people eat that
it's a rare commodity now.
Well, no, it's just that you go through it really
We go through it a lot.
When you have a bottle for breakfast.
To be fair, it goes through you too, so.
It's called a cleanse.
I was gonna say, you gotta keep things moving in space, okay? There's not...
We're very healthy. It's a cleanse.
And she's been hoarding, but so she gives up one of her precious bottles of Tabasco to you in exchange.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
I did tell her I'd bring her the Tabasco. It's just Karine's means of saying we're still acquaintances after that.
How much do we have left
true.
of that, by the way? How much, as I just sort of point over towards the exchange.
And Evan goes, got about half a crate left.
Oh, we had
That's
3
it?
when we
We'll have to pick up more on Aces.
Ugh,
Well, we could pick up more when I come back from Drinax.
realize we were that low on
Rather
it.
inexpensive there.
And Evan just sort of puts a special plate of hors d'oeuvres in front of the Harlock and then puts the rest of the hors d'oeuvres out.
Yes, good, thank you.
Deviled eggs.
Ah, my favorite kind. And the Harlock shoves one egg in her mouth, and then to Severance, well, you're not going alone.
I don't think you should go at all. Why do you have to? I heard that you turned the entire ship around at Asis with long enough to refuel just to come get me, and now you're talking about leaving?
Well, the gambler needs Terica.
Well, it needs severance too.
Right, but Drinax also needs severance and all of us. The king also hasn't heard of our endeavors, and we haven't made any contact since. We've made one payment, and we're not even sure if that went through, and we have a second one due 2 weeks ago.
We could always start to vector in that direction with the gambler.
I thought we were heading that way because we have the professor who wanted to go there.
I could also bring the professor. Or I could meet you there, or we could triangulate a way where I could meet you on the... It's just we have a jump force ship. This is probably the best way to utilize the speed of this ship.
You need to drive
Wesley
it
raises
that
his hand.
badly.
I don't really want to drive it. I just want to ride in it.
Is it Wesley?
Wesley, yes, you.
Well, this is my fault.
I think both Harlock and I raised you.
Why is this your fault?
Because I'm the one who wanted to go to Aces, so I can get a ship. I can get off here, and I can get a ship to take me there.
Absolutely
not
not.
doing that.
No, you are
I cannot
no.
even believe I'm hearing
We also
this.
had to drop
You
off
are
cargo
staying
on
on the
Aces.
game.
Val stands up.
I'm irrationally mad.
Val stands up. Wesley, we're going to take you to Aces. Severance, if you want to go to Drinax and talk to the king, that's great. We'll meet you in the middle. We need to pick a place.
Wonderful. Then I guess the things on the docket is one, where are we going, and two, who's going to captain the gambler in our lead?
Wesley goes, me. No, I'm just kidding.
I was considering it.
I'm going where Severance goes.
Oh.
You can come with me, Harlock, but that ship, I'm going to be running that ship.
I'm not going to do anything with it.
Okay, cool.
It's ridiculous.
Terica.
I don't know what I would do with it either.
I mean, who's going to captain
Sorry.
the gambler, obviously.
What? Me? No, I'm the pilot. I'm just the pilot.
They'd make a great captain.
It would make a wonderful captain.
Hush. No.
Besides, that jacket you're wearing is particularly captain-y.
Terica's gonna take the jacket off.
Nope. Pause. Sorry. We can't just... We have to pause right there. You try to take the jacket off.
Oh, no.
Perfect.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Ah. And then you get sucked into another episode.
And as you try, you notice...
Another one appears underneath.
There's that like pain that you had earlier. There it is. It's stuck. The jacket is stuck. The brooch has sprouted roots that have pierced your skin, gone through your jacket into your chest.
Oh, no.
Okay.
The roots are viridian
That's
roots.
the
At least they
pain.
look that way. Because you only drank a little bit of death, they're not particularly deep or long, these roots. But you did drink enough that it started growing into your flesh. You can rip it out. It will hurt, though. But it's
Are
only
we
a
all
little bit.
noticing this?
Do we
So
see it?
You just notice them trying to take their
So
jacket off, and
they're gonna be like,
It's a fine jacket. You don't have to take it. Are you stuck? Do you need help?
no.
Do you want? And Harlock is going to walk over and, like, as if Terica's having trouble getting off.
What is all, are you all right?
And they're
What's
gonna
happening?
like hold. They're gonna be like, no, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm just trying to help. I apologize.
No, thank you. It's fine.
You're gasping. It doesn't seem
Probably an after effect of the drugs. Do you want me to go to sickbay and help you with that, Terica?
Yep.
So is that a yes to being the captain?
Fine. That's fine. Let's just. And Terica's gonna like leave and head to Val's to sickbay.
It's a 3-person ship.
Val's room.
You pilots and you
Not
astrogate?
Val's room.
So now here we are, making plans.
That was weird, huh?
That was.
Not the weirdest, but yes.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I was about to say the same. So we are.
Quinn,
How
I'm your
many
friend.
jumps?
Oh,
Thank you,
yes.
Leslie.
Kareen takes a look, stops picking her nails with her knife, and goes, "I don't hate you," and then just continues to pick her nails with her knife.
Okay, I'm just looking at a quick.
Yeah, you can get to Drinax in 2 jumps.
2 jumps. Yeah, we have to
You
go to
can get to
Ogma.
Drinax in 2 jumps. Yeah.
We go to Ogma, and then we can go right to Drinax. Ogma has a gas giant. We could scoop there, or we can refuel. But whatever is in the middle, right? If we could go to Ogma, that would be the middle place to meet later. We also wanted to go to Thieve at some point. So like, how many jumps away from Asus is that from us? 1, 2.
I'm gonna pull this in for our audience.
I'm sorry.
Hello, audience.
Hello, audience.
Right now, our here we go. Our crew is on TkTk right over here. Whoop. And they have got a jump 4 capable ship in the Elaine, and they can jump from there 1, 2, 3, 4. They can get to Ogma in 1 jump, and from Ogma 1, 2, 3, 4, they can get to Drinax. So they can go from TkTk to Ogma to Drinax in the Elaine. The Gambler, which is a jump 2 ship, can make it to Assis in 1, and from there, it's number 1. They probably have to make it to either Thebes. They could theoretically go to Noricum instead. Number 1 to Noricum or number 1 to Thebes. And from there, either Marduk or Ogma, then Torpal, and then Drinax. And they do have a mission on Torpal.
Didn't we need to go back to Marduk for some reason?
You don't have to, but you have contacts there. You can make contacts. You can find out what's going on.
Yeah, I thought we were... Marduk has... didn't they give us the thing to be like, oh, we're special here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or to the Gambler.
But not as special as... Yeah, to the Gambler. Not as special as number 1. Where the hell is... There it is. Oh, number 1's right here. Oh, okay.
Whoop. Number 1's there. And, you know, you haven't checked up on any news of what's happening on Marduk, which you probably can do when you get to Assis to see if there's anything.
We would have to... You would have to. I mean, that would also be hard because it's still a 4-week or a 2-week news lag.
Yeah, but see, a lot of the news comes on a. There are these 4-jump. The mail ships are 4-jump ships, and so they bring things. So you can usually get. They have these really fast courier ships that are 4-jump that will bring news, and also whether or not you made your payments on your ship for your. They like to know, like, they have fast ships for debt.
Yeah, of course.
So that's the side hustle we can pick up is being debt collectors on our way through.
Right, 100%. But there's tons of, it opens up so much opportunity for us
it does.
for like pirating missions and things.
And you could actually get to Thieve from Noricum as opposed to, hey, everybody who's the audience.
Have to go around.
So most people, if they want to go to Thieve, they have to go all the way around this way, and then this way, and then up, right? And then over, and then down. Because there's
and then make the jump
but if you have a 4-jump ship, which most people do not, 3 or 4-jump ship, because they're very expensive and high. They're very high tech to get a 3 or 4-jump ship. Most traders have only 1-jump ships. If you're lucky, you might get a 2. So most people are going to have to take if you have a 1-jump ship, you're never getting to Thieve. You can only get there if you have a 2-jump ship, and even then, it's going to take you a long way around. But if you have a 4-jump ship, you can just get right there from Noricum, just that easy.
Just a reminder of what we needed to do on Thieve. I know that we have. Lady Pirate, the Madam Pirate Queen, her contacts are on Thieve.
And if you wanted to get a fake,
I don't remember what else. Fake transponder.
Yeah, you could get one
there. And we would have to probably bring the Gambler there so they can fit it on.
Yeah.
So we can't just like go bring it back and be like, hey, slap this bad boy on. Cool.
For what it's worth, you get one for the Elaine.
That's true. Or for what it's worth, why don't we scrap the Elaine and just put that Jump 4 drive on this bad boy?
Hey, I already asked that question. And also, not the Elaine. I mean, you do whatever you want to do.
The problem is it wouldn't be a Jump 4 drive on a ship that's twice the size and weight.
Oh. So it's probably the
That's
same
fair.
drive, but yeah.
And you also have a mission on. You also have a mission on Torpal. The princess of Drinax said that y'all need to go to Torpal and Clark because they've been having pirate problems. If you could solve those problems for them, that would get them in your good stead.
Okay, where is... Oh, there's Torpal.
It's on its way to Drinax.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, like... I don't know. I'm thinking, like... I think it's cool to sort of split the party here. Obviously, for, like, it's
To have
weird
the couples.
reasons. But I also think...
I was gonna say there probably at some point needs to be some sort of a conversation that's gonna happen here, but
Yeah.
Oh, I'm waiting for
100%.
it because why would the Harlock insist on going with Severance? That's weird.
he's gonna get himself killed.
Yeah.
I haven't
out.
yet.
And what
That one time
he does
that I
not
didn't-
know, he's gonna get himself nabbed by some
Well, that was
nabbers.
also... I think that was also, like, a reason that could work, too, is, like, if I'm in jump space, no one can get me in jump space. But that is not necessarily true. It's still always a week. I don't know. I'm going to request Greg and Ari to join as well, and sort of like maybe as like a table, sort of like table talk, this meta of what we do. Because like, yeah, we could do it in a scene, which is cool and great, but also like we're looking at a cool map here, and we should all be a part of this cool plan.
I was looking at it too while you guys were talking, and I think the Torpal thing is the great place to meet. It would take you all 2 jumps to get back to Drinax. It's going to take us 4 to get to Torpal. So that's an extra 2 weeks minimum for us to get to Torpal. But that's another 2 weeks for you to either establish whatever you need to do on Drinax. We can rush through some certain things, but it's going to take us a week regardless in jump space. So, but I think that if we meet in Torpal in a month, that's what we do.
Okay.
And if we have a problem, we contact each other psionically.
My question
you're not
with
going to
that
be able to do
is-
it. It's too. I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you
It's pretty
this.
far,
It's
even
pretty
with
far.
drugs.
Even
With drugs?
Even with
That'd be
drugs.
Sweet.
Even with
We
drugs.
were just using the drugs to message each other. No one talk to me. I gotta go talk to Val.
Yeah. Severance! Severance!
How have you been there?
I will say, if we do that, we meet up. Are we just gonna keep flying 2 ships around? Like, what's the plan for that?
Right. We get rid of that old scout thing. We put that cool jump thing on the sweet jump ship. I don't know
May
if we
I
can do that.
put
stuff.
a point in play here?
Please.
Please.
I don't know how everybody's going to take this,
We
but
put
this is
the
what
ships
Greg
all
is
together
thinking.
and we make a pirate nest.
That's your
I would
plan.
just-
That's your plan from the first. I would say
just
this. You
note,
guys go back
if
to...
if you hire people, they can become part of your fleet.
Right.
I was going to say this. Now, again, this can be shot down, but if you want to buy us some time with Drinax, you all go back to Drinax, get one of the king's people, you all jump to Torpal and give them the Elaine and say, hey, we'll get back with you in a year because that sumbitch is expensive.
Yeah.
Well, and also, Rosa mentions deliver it as tribute to the king, which also then possibly have it as one of our, like, it's technically the king's, but also part of our fleet.
Right.
And I'm going to just note,
and if we need
for
the
the
king anywhere
record,
really quickly, we have a cool ship to bring him there.
if you have a second ship with a crew on it and you give them missions, they will do things for you.
And
right?
then
If
they
they're
will
like,
pay us
they
half a
like,
million
well,
a week.
They'll not give you $500,000. You have to pay them. But if you're like, we want this info, we want these things, right? Like you could. The Elaine has 2 D-tons of cargo space. It's not going to do trade for you, but it can be part of your.
Be a messenger ship.
Like, could you messenger? If you're like, could you go to this place? We want you to scout out this location and tell us what's there.
Mm-hmm.
So what we could do is
like
get
that.
like a handful of people here that we can trust just to get us at least to Drinax, and then we could ask the king, "Hey, do you have a B team that you were thinking of?"
Yes.
And then we could put them in
We
this
could
ship.
send this ship ahead with the
And then-
request for him to assemble a B team, and the B team could be assembled by the time we get there if we all stayed on the Gambler.
Yep.
And we could also
Yeah.
send through any payment or money for them to to bring to him to also help sweeten the deal.
Right. Then, but that is also like
because there's only 3 people on the ship. So
I don't think I trust anybody from any of these planets to just grab to be a courier right now for us, without one of us going, or one of our
Corinne, because Corinne would stab a bitch.
Yeah, Corinne.
True.
If they tried to overstep anything.
Yeah.
Trooper, would you do me a favor and just stop listening for a second?
Yeah.
Wait. Yes, go ahead.
Perfect.
Okay, everybody.
My earplugs are out.
Trooper has made this point. Everybody chat, listen, and too.
Okay.
That it's very difficult to steal a ship.
That's what I remembered that. That's why I'm like, we could hire a crew here. We don't have to keep them as our crew, but they can get the ship to Drinax with Corinne and like Shanky standby to deliver the message.
What I'm saying is whoever's taking the Elaine is very, very likely to run into some of the Barons, Mary Moore's people, because we can't change the transponder.
Yeah, that's true. It's Mary Moore.
It's Aterica's name, though.
Yeah.
They are fucking coming for you.
Here's
guys.
the thing, though.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If the Elaine is going to run into any of Mary Moore's people, what's going to be less suspicious? Having Mary Moore on board?
That doesn't know the deal, or
I'm just saying. If we run into anyone who if we need to make a couple hard rolls and be like, yes, of course, the ship is in its proper hands. See?
Or allow me to retort. The door opens up. Severance is ready, and Mary Moore's looking back at him, and you've got a big fucking problem.
Then we found him. Problem solved.
I don't think that's problem solved. I don't think that's a big problem with a different
being?
caliber.
You all were puddles.
Have to. I mean, here's the thing.
Fine. I'm pretty sure it's fine.
We have to recognize the fact that Mary Moore probably knows that the lab was destroyed. There were warning lights that went off.
Or at least the clones.
At least that, right? So he's going to be coming. So if there's a very high chance that whoever takes the Elaine is going to run into actual Mary Moore. There's a very, very high chance of that because there's the transponder and everything.
If we hire a crew and send a crew, they're dead. Is what I'm understanding. Anyone we send is just gone.
Okay,
gone.
Who here can pilot a ship? Gone. That's
they can probably
people who can drive a ship and astrogate it. If you want that thing to get to Drinax in one piece.
They can probably get it to Drinax. I think they could get it to Drinax. No, absolutely not. I'm just going to nix that hand raise right there.
What do you mean?
All you all. I had bad rolls, everybody.
I know they were so bad.
You did have bad rolls, Greg.
It was.
I had 3 double snake eyes. Snake eyes is the entire time I was piloting a fucking.
It was real bad. It was real bad.
It'll happen to one of you fuckers too someday.
Hey, I already got my snake eyes. Thank you very much.
I roll once all the time. Come on now.
Okay,
I just never tried driving anything.
Can the
plus
Harlock
14.
we gotta let Severance pilot the ship.
We gotta let Trooper back in this conversation. Yeah.
Let's get Trooper back. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he has.
No, Sue is not going. Sue stays with me.
No.
Sue is not
companion.
going. No, Sue absolutely Sue is not going.
We'll send Sue and Dogmeat and
Dogmeat, right? 404 is going.
We'll send the Bard.
What?
From The Witcher.
Oh yeah, always send the Bard.
We're just sending our companions from other video games onto the other.
Just anyone that we're gonna send a companion cube.
Yeah,
I have 5.
By the way, I'm going to say thank you to Cord right now for including Sue in there with Marigold and fucking or Dandelion, Marigold, Dandelion, I think a Triss. And that's awesome.
So, yeah. Can the Harlock or Severance pilot the Elaine?
On paper.
Let me look.
The Harlock can do the jump drive piece.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't have anyone to do.
So
but we don't have anyone to
pilot.
do. And we'll need someone to do the jump drive space on the Gambler because none of us can do that right now. We only have one person.
Val can astrogate.
We have Val.
Val can astrogate.
Right. Val has done.
So if Terrica's driving the Gambler.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Terrica does not have jump drive. Terrica doesn't have that. So I'll be rolling at a disadvantage along with everything else.
And
as far as a parser goes, I feel like Quint has been doing great.
Quint and Severance both have Jack of all trades, though.
We do have
at the very least. At the very least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be one on each ship.
Okay, so we do have that.
Just saying.
It's true.
Greg, your face is fucking priceless.
No, this will be great. This will be great. We are going to...
This is such a bad idea.
No,
And there's an astrogator you can hire.
Hey, Chad,
There's an astrogator and a pilot we could hire. But if you
Chad,
want
have you ever
to do
wanted to
this,
see a TTRPG crash 2 fucking ships?
here we go.
Boy, I wonder how the gambler's
Happy
doing
Friday.
right now. Yeah.
Quint could go with the Harlock and Severance, but then Val and Terica have to deal with the professor.
Oh,
Because there's only room for 3 on
Or
the
we
ship.
could
if
bring the
Quint
professor.
offers to go, Terica would be upset. I mean,
Harlock,
Terica's already upset. There's a lot of upset happening right now.
Harlock, Severance, and the professor. Or, hear me out, Corinne, Severance, and the professor. And then we have the captain.
I feel like the Harlock is not going to let you leave. I will
know.
note
No,
that
that's
Harlock
not
and Severance
happening.
are a package deal. So it's who's
Yeah,
the
that's-
third with the Harlock and
Unbeknownst-
Severance? Do you
unbeknownst to
want
Severance,
someone
though.
who has pilot?
I will note that you have an engineer and a pilot of these ex-naval people who you can hire. That said, I just need to, because I know what's going to happen in the next 10 minutes, I need to just zip over into the, what's the word? Sick bay. It's not a sick
Med
bay,
bay.
it's quarters.
That's fair.
It's not really a med bay. Val and Terica are in Val's quarters.
So sorry to steer us off. I thought that was a fun little
No,
exercise.
you'll have to
I thought
finish
it was
that
a lot of
conversation.
fun.
I need to know what's going to
I think
happen.
it's a fun exercise. I don't know what we're going to do, but I like,
I've
I
got
like the
a
possibilities.
couple of conversations that have to happen right now because of all
yeah,
this
yeah.
before
yeah.
you go all off. This one is one of them. The other one is the Harlock and Severance, clearly. Go on. Val, Terica.
Val's going to start to examine the brooch because has a very intimate understanding of what's going on.
And Terica will just kind of like peel it back enough to be able to see where the roots have gone in.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just like,
Do you want to keep it on?
what?
That's what happens with the Viridian. Val shows his arm.
I believe you have a wrist mount for your computer that is attached to your Viridian hand.
He basically just show the underside where you can clearly see if he pulls it up a little bit that it's firmly attached to his arm. And
It has grown into his arm.
much deeper, I'm assuming, than the brooch is.
Yeah.
Does it hurt you too?
Not anymore.
Terica's gonna like hold on to their brooch for a second and listen, because they've done this before, right? And they've heard the voices of the people on number one. This is their brooch that they've had for so long that they literally sleep with and hold on to while they sleep.
Yes.
So they're just gonna listen for a second.
Val
Please
is
roll.
going to put his hand over the brooch as well, but not touch, and look at Terica asking permission with his eyes. It is
They're
the
gonna-
Viridian hand.
They're gonna listen before they answer.
Please roll your special telepathy.
Hang on, I got to pull my sheet back up because I was looking at some things on our things. Whoops, not that high.
Great.
Oh,
It's a 15.
shit.
So you listen. You are very far away from Drinax. You're very far away from Marduk. And you're very far away from anyone who remembers your family line. The Sedalan Empire has fallen 2,000 years ago. And most people never think about it. They don't think about it or you or your ancestor. There's very little collective unconscious coming towards you. It is empty in space. You felt all of this life on number one because they have never forgotten the old Sindalian Empire. And you were filled with good thoughts, neutral thoughts, just thoughts. And it made you taller, stronger, bigger. But not like this. Right now you're hopped up on drugs, and these drugs make you taller, bigger, stronger. Ah! But not like the kind of subtle, sort of collective remembrance that you felt on number one. But even that was probably much smaller than it ever could have been were you back on Marduk in its heyday. You could only imagine what kind of energy would have come through to you at that moment and what you could do with it. But as you listen in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of some sort of ruined planet, with some city-states of people with walled cities and an irradiated atmosphere, no one remembering your line, Drinax itself, injured, still trying to recover from being bombed by the Aslan, badly, killing almost everyone on that planet, except for like 20,000 people. You're alone, and there's nothing there. It's just the brooch as you knew it before, this sort of object of comfort, of support. I'm sorry. What was that? Did you hear that? Something's different. There's something, you hear something there. It's a baby crying.
Oh.
And if you listen really hard, you can almost see it. Something is different about your brooch. Can you see it? There's a small child, green, viridian green, and it's somehow both a child and also a sapling at the same time. Its form and shape is a little bit unclear in psionic space, and it is in a small enclosure, and it's injured, and it's bleeding. It is harmed. It seems emaciated, as if it hasn't had enough food. It looks like it's been in, I don't know, like it was just recently ripped away from pieces and terrible things happened to it on TkTk just like 2 hours ago. It is in a sort of a very, very weak space. It looks almost like it's just holding on. And you can see in its veins, or more like you can smell. Smell sees a little bit different. That sort of death that you drank in was forced into its mouth by you.
I'm so sorry.
And you can see that it is growing, but you can see it inside your brooch, and it's too big for the brooch. And you can see that its fingers have, as it has grown a little bit, have reached into your body. Like you can see that the little roots are in some ways it. And it is just cramped in this brooch, and you can tell it's like all those people like cramped into a telephone booth, right? When back in the 20s, 50s, when college students would put like 20 people in a telephone booth. It is just cramped in this brooch, which is far too small a piece of viridian for this being that is not dead. And when you look, its eyes are the Harlock's eyes. And its nose is Val's nose. And its chin before your eyes sort of shifts and changes, and now it is your chin. And this poor little creature, this piece, is there just trying to find space, and that space is now burrowed into your body. But you can tell it's only just the tips of the fingers. It could be pulled out. But it has distress. It has been... You can tell that it was once healthy, but it had all of its energy ripped from it to power your teleportation into the body that you now hold. It takes a lot of power to do that. And this poor creature had all of that power ripped out of it, and then a little bit more and a little bit more. And then it was force-fed death, which kept it alive. But you can see the black veins of that death that you fed it. Just a little bit. Just enough to let it grow a little bit. But there was no space for it to grow into. And so it just grew the best place it could by sending off roots into your body. And Val's arm, by the way, it used to be just about here. That was all about here. It is now past his elbow.
Terrigo will say to the child, they'll simply say, "I'm so sorry. I'm going to take care of you." And then they will snap their eyes open and look at Val and say, "I'm keeping it."
Then let's cut your jacket off.
All right.
His wrist device would whirl and a laser scalpel would come off, and he would just cut right around the mark. Do you understand now?
Is that Sue? Terrigo gestures to his hand.
Yes and no.
What's the no?
Because it's something new.
Terrica, that wrist computer is the computer that houses Sue. And you saw the underside of it, and it is all... The circuitry is all run through with Viridian, as if the wiring itself is now Viridian.
Terrico will run one finger over it, just assuming Val would let them, right?
Oh yeah.
And then they'll say, "I get it. We've got to find energy."
Oh, I found it.
How? Where?
It needs to be fed with whatever it'll take.
No, there's some that I'm not gonna. That's not gonna.
I can handle that. I've kept them alive, Terrica. I killed Drinax to keep him alive.
Hell.
You saw? We need our own world. Our own start. not with politics or governments or ideologies. It needs to be free. And that means everything that the universe has. We power it with everything, and then we guide it. And then we invite more people to join us. And then we're free.
Free?
Free. No kings or nobles, baronesses or queens or fucking clones or any of this.
Terica, it's grown on him.
How do you... Will you stay you, or are you just gonna... And Terica gestures to, like, his arm.
I'm never gonna see the world, Terica. I'm just gonna make it.
Well, I'm not living in a world without you. That's not how this works.
You won't be. I'll be everywhere. Like Whitman. My father used to read me Whitman.
Whitman?
Yeah. From a long time ago.
That's why you're smoking. Doesn't matter anymore.
And it's fucking fun. It's not a bad thing. It's everything I've ever wanted. Do you understand? Well,
help me. Help me to understand.
It's most of what I've wanted.
To be a whole different being, to die and give birth to a planet where you don't have kings or nobles and people can just be free. That's what you want?
Yeah. What better way to spend a life?
Oh, no, I mean... You're right.
Good. I thought you wouldn't understand. I was so worried. It's been hard. It's been very tough. I thought I was gonna have to leave.
Leave? Val, please tell me you're not about to leave.
No, I'm not now. I just didn't think you'd understand. I didn't think that we were friends like we were before.
Hal, I will always be your friend, for better, for worse, to the end of the universe. I'm yours.
I'm yours too.
I don't know how to handle all of this.
It doesn't matter. We're together. We can do this together. We don't have to handle it by ourselves. We're together.
Okay. Okay. And Terica will just give Val a hug.
He would fall into them. And it would be again, I'm sure Tarika can take much more than Val, but it would be painful for Val, the hug. And he would say into their ear, we can make everything right. Do you understand? All the wrong that happened before and all the people that died so others could be happy. We can even the field.
No more nobles. Totally free.
Nobles. Totally free.
Tarika, do you still want that brooch embedded in your flesh?
Yeah, Tarika does.
Then Val would smile, and if allowed, he would put his hand over the brooch.
And Tarika would like cover his hand with their hand.
And he does nothing nefarious. He does nothing to try to draw power or change the course of anything, because for now, there are no longer two rivers. There's just one. And it flows in the same direction. And Val smiles.
Really good.
And out on the bridge, out in the main thing, where the rest of the crew is sort of trying to figure out what they're going to do. Also, Greg is going to leave. He's got a thing to do right now, so we have to give him love.
That was amazing, Greg. Holy shit.
I know, right?
No joke.
We love you, Greg.
Also, ominous.
Yeah, that was sick.
It's so good, it's bad.
Out there on the ship, everyone's trying to figure out who's going to go on what ship and if people are really going to leave. And Wesley says, "You're not really going to leave us, right, Admiral?"
I would be departing, but I wouldn't be leaving. I mean, it really depends on how you look at it and how sensitive you are to the word leaving.
Leaving to return.
Yes,
Wesley.
of course.
Okay. Well, I guess. But why do you both have to go?
I am uncertain. Why are we both going?
I go where I want.
Okay, and that's that.
Okay.
We'll be back, Wesley. You don't have to miss us too terribly. You can miss us a little if you'd like, though.
Unless you want to come with us, we have room for one more. Oh no, never mind. You've got things to do in Aces. Never mind.
Yeah, I was okay. All right. Well,
I think so. The Harlock will come up and like put a hand on each shoulder on Wesley. Wesley, listen carefully. I know that you had asked me to go with you, and I know how important this is. Yes, I am entrusting, and then would turn and look at Quint. I'm entrusting Quint to go in my stead, who is perhaps even tougher than I am on a good day.
You're really tough, though.
Quint will make sure that you are safe. Won't you, Quint?
Of course. I am very good at keeping people safe.
And then turning back and kind of lowering her voice a little bit. Wesley, sometimes there are things in this world we need to protect. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And try to understand why I can't go with you for this.
Okay.
And
Sue will
I
be
think
sad.
I think the Harlock is going to kind of reach over and pull out. It's not the most impressive of knives, but it's one that the Harlock has had on her for a very long time. And would take it and kind of flip it through the air and catch it. and then be handing the handle.
Oh.
This has always kept me safe. It's respectable, but not so much blade you can hurt yourself with. Just hurt others with it.
Okay. I'll whittle you something really nice for when we get back. We're going to meet on... He looks over to Severance. Torpal?
Wesley.
Yeah, looks like it could be Torpal. As I'm just sort of still, I think, perusing the hollow.
Mm-hmm.
And the Harlock will put one hand on each side of Wesley's face and, like, make them stare directly into the Harlock's eyes. Wesley, do not whittle anything with that blade.
Oh, okay. I will not.
It's a blade for fighting. It's a blade for cutting Wesley, please.
They're two different kinds of knives.
The two, if you really...
Well,
and then
many
kind
more
of,
than two.
like, let's go. Wesley, if you need a whittling knife, I will find you a whittling knife. But please, just... This is a bit...
I won't... I'll just use this to threaten people.
That one's a stabbing knife.
That's a stabbing knife. Wesley, I grew up with that. That's a very important. Please don't.
Okay. Permission to hug the captain?
Permission granted.
And he comes and gives you a hug. I just like
so who's going to be the third on the ship? The Elaine?
We need 3.
Well, you...
Engineer?
Probably should,
pilot
right?
astrogator?
Well, I can handle the jump drive, but that's about what I'm good for in this.
Oh, I don't
you
plan on
pilot?
flying anything.
Oh.
Right, so we're going to need some sort of pilot.
I can talk to that pilot back at the bar, see if they could be hired.
Well, might as well. If there's 2 of us to stab them if they look the wrong way, it'll probably...
That's true, it could be. And also, I'm not entirely worried about what they're thinking, considering we have someone who can, well...
Well, additionally, and the Harlock is completely ignoring that.
We're going to skip that.
Additionally, she is going to say this. I mean, they wouldn't have to think at all. Someone could drive them driving the ship if we wanted to.
I don't know what that means.
Well,
Probably,
neither here nor
know.
there.
Yep. Tell you when your ID is valid.
So you don't want me to pilot? I could stay here.
Yeah, we'll need well, I promise you to Wesley, first and foremost. Besides, someone's with a good arm is going to need to watch over all of these miscreants.
And when you say watch over, I look over towards the Harlock, you don't mean as captain.
I mean, as the muscle.
Right. So it would be very difficult to try to tell the king of someone who is captaining his ship, though he did not handpick.
That's why I feel like Tarika would be a good choice.
Oh, of course, I think so as well. But Purser, however, Quint, as you've already been doing an amazing logistically down cargo, and I've always have seen how well you've been picking up the orders and the manifest, so that will be on you, if you will be so kind.
Yes, I can do the paperwork. I have done
Wonderful.
lots
I'm
of paperwork.
sending you actually, you can just have this one, and I just hand one of them.
just one tablet.
Yeah, and I just pass one of the tablets on.
All
Are you
right.
planning on taking the rest of that stack with you?
Yes.
Sue looks at the Harlock from the suit and says, I've got a feeling that
Sue's here.
something about you. The suit's just there.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
the
it.
suit has been there just like a crew member this whole time, just sitting there.
Just creeping in the corner.
Just creeping.
Slowly pushing food onto his visor.
Right, just bleh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I feel like you leaving the Harlock is a bit of a loss. Like I'm missing something important, but I don't remember anymore.
Well, no need to fear. I shall return, and I shall visit your room again.
if you're leaving the professor with us, technically we'll have to meet you on Drinax.
Well, you could meet us at Drinax at some point. The professor doesn't need to go now. He just wants to not die while he goes there, and we can do that.
He doesn't know how much danger he's in, and he needs to get there.
How much trouble could he possibly get in?
Can he fly a ship?
Quinn just has like the most deadpan expressions, like, please, this man could get himself killed in a room with nothing. Like,
That's true.
Can the man pilot?
No.
All right. Well.
Can't.
Kareen shakes her head.
No.
Does he do
Harlock's
anything other than?
No. He's useless and a danger to himself. Except academically. I guess he's academically valuable, but useless in all other regards.
Okay, all right, and now I'm feeling a bit judged here.
No, you can, like, at least talk to people and, like, negotiate things.
And Kareen goes, he talks a lot to people.
And not in the good way.
He knows everything about grain, from what I understand.
From ancient eras. I bet if you asked him about modern grain prices, he would not know.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. All right, so then we will go. We could just go and fetch a new pilot, and then we will, I guess, when we have ours, we will depart and then meet at. And we don't know this yet where we're gonna meet. We could probably do this like in Discord later.
Yeah. And
Probably have to be Drinax, because we have the professor and we gotta go there, and if you guys are... You basically just have a head start on Drinax to butter up the professor, and maybe find out the passcode and see if they have an order or something before we get there.
Well, there might be things we need to check out on Drinax to figure this out.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Agma,
they'll
be there for me too.
Or
early.
when we run into Marymore, it'll take us a second to
we'll get rid of that quest all entirely, and then we can move on to the Drinax one.
And then we'll take him out. We'll capture
take him out,
and
exactly.
it'll be great.
Yep.
It'll be awesome.
Jump right to the end. Yeah, we'll stop at Agma, see what that was going on there, and then we will head to Drinax. We'll probably butter them up on Agma.
We'll butter everyone
like, hey,
along the way, just
slinging
slinging butter.
Hey,
Slapping butter everywhere.
There's a big old ship.
Everywhere.
The king's ship is coming through, and I'd be like, who? What? And I'd be like, don't worry about it. Just, you'll know. They're a big gold ship.
You'll know.
Yeah.
And Sue keeps looking at you, the Harlock, though.
Sue, what? What do you want? You're making me uncomfortable.
I'm sorry. I just feel like we've met before.
Yes, we've been on the same ship for a very long time at this point, at least weeks.
Didn't we all think that Sue was coming down with some sort of virus? Did that ever get fixed?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of leans over to his servants. Sue is a sentient being these days.
Doesn't answer my question, really. Didn't we get that virus fixed?
I just feel like if you're going to go the Harlock,
yes,
with the Admiral, I can see in my logs that we've known each other. You've been on the ship the entire time. It's just that I feel like a great loss with you leaving, or I think just looking at you, I feel like I've lost something or someone who was once very important to me, and I don't quite remember what that was.
I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure they are safe wherever they are.
No, you. How do you know me?
I visited you back on TkTk. I visited your room. Do you not remember?
No, before then. I feel like we've known each other for a long time. I feel like you once saved me, perhaps, but I don't remember it anymore. I have other memories.
Well, perhaps that's something we can explore upon my return. And it's she doesn't deal a lot with sentient AI, so she's kind of feeling a little weird about it. So at that, she turns to Severance. Well, we should prepare for our departure then.
I'm already prepared. I don't know what's taking you so long. I'm already ready.
Well, I just discovered that we would be leaving separately, and then kind of turns and starts to leave the bridge.
Do you want me to go get the pilot? Hire them for you?
Yes.
Yes.
Likely. Probably. I misspoke, Admiral. Yes, make the decision.
No, it's all right. It's well, no, yeah, this one's my ship. No, I will talk with them. And then I will. Who were they? Which one were they? What did they look like?
Let me go introduce you.
Okay, all right, great. And never mind. I don't know what I was going to say.
Let's just go.
Sue just watches you. I feel like it was a different life. A different life when I knew the Harlock.
I think the Harlock would kind of call back as she's going to her room. Later, Sue. We'll discuss it later.
Also, never mind. And then I'm going to write something on my tablet, and I think there's going to be a notification, Quint, that shows up on yours that says, Wesley is not to pay for the appointment. That is all from ours. I've already factored it in. Not a credit is paid out of pocket. It's from the ship, or something along those lines. But that's just what the notification says as I'm leaving.
Yeah, well, I'm leaving with you because we're going to go get the pilot.
Right.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
we can
so
have a conversation. We're walking together.
We're texting each other as we're walking.
We're just texting each other.
Yeah.
Standing next to each other,
texting and walking.
Ha, lol. Oh, sorry.
So we're going to... What that new arm you mentioned that Drinax could get me?
All right. You want me to... I do have
Since
to
you're going
talk.
early, could you perhaps...
I will see what I can do. I'll talk to the king and see if there is another... What do you want? You want something Viridian? You want something gold? What do you want?
Just you said a flesh and blood arm to replace.
Oh yeah, we can get you a flesh and blood arm. Yes, of course. Oh boy.
That is what you told me.
I know. I remember. That's not something I would forget.
Okay, just makes a note and goes, all right, well, let me take you to that pilot. I'll take him there.
So our crew disperses in their own way. There are things happening. People are moving. There's a pilot, a bwap, which are sort of like newt people, is the pilot.
Sweet.
Love him already.
That's great.
Gollengren, who is the...
That's their name, like Gollengren?
Gollin, Gollyn, Gren, Gryen. It's like a 4.5 foot tall newt person. Little nerdy pilot, happy to be given a job to take it taken off of this planet.
One more time, what was the name? I got distracted.
Gollyn, Gollyn.
I'll put it in our Discord.
Gollyn.
Gryen. And as all of this is happening, I know that there's a conversation that I want to see, but I will say this. There is Sue all by himself with just Wesley in the area.
I want to see that conversation. Let's go.
Corinne just piles up some of the hors d'oeuvres and goes off to her room, which is technically her and Wesley's room, but Wesley just does not stay there.
Look, there's a new vacancy because what's his face? Latex Man left, so Wesley can have that room now.
Yeah, that's true.
Or Quint can take it. Wesley.
I mean, there's also a free room that Severance just emptied out.
All sorts
that's
of
true.
rooms.
Well, I imagine we're not going to put anybody in those rooms because there's still you guys' rooms, and you haven't cleared them out completely. I imagine for the.
No,
Harlock does not want anyone in her room.
I totally cleaned it out.
Well, maybe Severance's room then, but
Severance's room is like just given back to the hotel spick and
Love it.
span. He's like, "Oh, I'm moving out." Like it's just.
Oh my
Now-
god.
Not actually
When
moving
we-
out. He just would rather sleep and live on a yacht.
Obviously, when we
Fair.
move out, we have our 2 ships. It's the next morning when they're going to have to leave these 2 ships.
Mm-hmm.
And we take off. The 2 ships on their own, after you have to spend a whole day. The evil Marymore filled up the Elaine, so you don't have to get fuel, because Marymore,
You ready for
was
catastrophe?
ready to go.
Yep.
Yeah, ready for catastrophe.
Yeah, ready for there's a lab blew up.
Oops.
I'm going to need a couple of rolls, and then I want a conversation, and then I've got something for you all.
Ooh.
Let's begin with the Elaine. Your pilot astrogator is going to roll their die to get us out of there.
I love them so much.
It's
I can't wait for the fan art.
Golin's like, well, it's a pleasure to work with you all. I'm very pleased. Let's get into space, shall we? And like little newt person, they've got a oh my goodness, that's fine. They've got some bonuses there.
Oh, no.
It is the takeoff
do have-
is lovely, right? They take off. They make their astrogation roll by 5. Oh no, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 by 8. They're doing very well on that one. They plot the
Oh.
course like whoa. Can I get our engineering roll, if you would please?
All right, hang on 1 second. Let me. Yes.
This
you
is why I
can.
asked around. I was like, we've got 2 ships. We're gonna need to hire someone supplementary for one of them.
That's a 10.
Nice.
Okay.
Y'all are
So-
smooth.
I'm going to just make this note because I have to make 2 more rolls, and we're going to compare and contrast this to the gambler, and no no competition here, but let's just see how that goes.
This is not what I was expecting. It to turn into a competition
That'll be a
game.
12.
It's always a
Oh.
competition, Cord.
Oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's nice. And I'm going to need to make 1 more roll here.
Oh
Uh-huh.
boy. Oh boy.
Plus 6. Oh, nice. Okay. As you two and Gollin take off from this planet, this sort of messy, gross planet, Gollin is smooth like butter. Plots the course with they've got
Smooth like an amphibian.
Yes, they've got like little holographic things popping up where they're making. You can see like telemetry lines holographically.
Their
and they
eyes are
give
separately
you-
looking at
There it is.
2 different things. Yeah.
and they send the coordinates to you, the Harlock, and you
Their mouth opens
plot
and
the
they're
course.
hitting things on the hologram with also their tongue.
Yeah,
Tail hitting some other
Yeah.
buttons.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay.
the Harlock, you start up this drive, you spin it up, and it is easy for you. You have so sad that you're in the engine room by yourself. No one has ever seen some engineering like this before. And as the ship slides perfectly, smoothly, and excellently into jump space, the sort of iridescent, pearlescent sort of whiteness of the jump space just envelops you like a warm blanket, and the Elaine, fast, swift, smooth, exits this dimension into the pocket dimension of jump space, and it is beautiful. It is perfect. This is probably the best jump you've ever been a part of so far. And Gollin goes, well, I think we've got about 160 hours worth of a lovely time. Do you all play Go? And he pulls out a little Go board that he's got.
Well, as a matter of
Anyone?
fact, I've dabbled a bit.
Excellent. Start setting up the Go board. Meanwhile, for the gambler, who is astrogating?
That's Val's job.
It's true.
Val, will you roll your astrogation roll?
Well, Greg's not here, so I do want one of us to roll it.
You're right.
Yeah.
Wait, yes, please.
I was like, whoa.
Yes, wait, no, he's
Val
gone.
We're gonna be waiting a while. We're waiting a whole week.
Is he still here? Where is that guy?
It's true. No,
Where is he?
Minus -1. Wait, sorry. You're jumping 2, so -3 total.
Aces. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, 1. Sorry, only -2. Sorry. Somebody give me his.
Oh, I'll
his,
get it.
Sorry, wait.
I'll pull it up.
I've actually got astrogation. What was it?
If you've got astrogation,
That we're rolling for
it's a
him?
-2 for your astrogation.
Oh, it's a -2. Okay.
I could also see what he's got. Because if he's
Education and
astrogation.
astrogation.
What does he have? Because I have a 2 in astrogation.
Let's see. Where is astrogation on the sheet? Oh, there it is. The whole skill, education, astrogation. That's a 1 total. Basic 1 before any negatives.
Okay. You want me to just roll it, or we want to like have a
You
roll?
can roll it
from-
if you want.
from-
I
Okay.
feel like Tarika, as the new captain of the Gambler.
With their freaking brooch on and no jacket. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many thoughts about that scene.
It's fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
7. And you put the -2 in already?
Yep.
I did put the -2 in already.
Great. Excellent.
I'm gonna throw one thing of luck into that though.
Okay. Let me note it. Just rolled a 4. Uh-huh. I just need to do this now. Who's going to be taking the engineering?
That'll be me with my jack of all trades, because we don't have an engineer.
I'm
I'm gonna just be like, I've seen this done. Chaz did this all the time when we were on our scout ship. I'm just gonna do whatever Chaz did and hope that he wasn't a complete fuck up. Because I don't have.
we die.
Please roll. You do have, I must say,
What?
you have some minuses.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
what
Oh, by the
stat
way-
is this?
We got education.
Oh, I'm already at a minus. Let's go. Baby.
Okay. Just before you roll it,
Yeah.
I just need to note that Cord put the best picture of our pilot in our chat, and it's beautiful.
Yes.
And I love it. It is
Oh
gorgeous.
my god, that is so amazing.
So I'm gonna need an education engineering J drive -1, -1 because your J drive is not completely repaired. Minus
It's
another
gonna be a jack
one
of all trades at minus how much?
well, 1 because the J drive is not repaired yet.
Sure.
2,
We have the
another
parts
one
for it, so
because
aces.
you've not done maintenance for this month. So it's
Cool.
a
So -2.
-2.
Right, jack of all trades, -2, baby. Let's go. I got a 6. What did I need to hit?
A 4.
Oh, I'll just take
Yay.
it then. That's good. It doesn't need to be exceptional.
Now let me make a roll. Hope
Oh.
I roll well.
Is that well?
I get to add the +2. Okay.
I don't know, but it's
That
fine.
seems good.
The Gambler takes off with Tarika. I imagine
Piloting.
Val's in the co-pilot seat since
Of
Quint
course.
is in the engineering
Look,
room.
I was demoted from co-pilot. That's not my seat.
That's true.
I was
It was
told.
absolutely demoted.
I was told, don't co-pilot again. I went, okay.
And the ship takes off, and with a little bit of work, it enters into jump space. And the two ships
Woo.
are separate now,
Yep.
far away from each other.
Yep.
The Harlock and Severance. I believe there was a conversation that you two needed to have.
Currently, the Harlock is playing Go with.
It's true. I don't know of which conversation you speak.
It's a long week in jump space.
We got so much
It's a long
time.
week in jump space. I see. All right. I see you. You cannot escape me next week. On
Okay.
the,
I do like this constant like you in a conversation, and then I go, do we? And then you go, yeah.
Here's the thing. For any conversation like this, it really has to be broad because Harlock is a stone wall.
Yes.
At this moment.
Right.
Because I just feel like Severance had a question about why it was the Harlock had to go and be there.
Which I wonder Severance might have heard, would probably, if I imagine he hears all. And whenever she'd said that to Wesley, literally in the same room about protecting something. So he probably would have heard that comment.
He probably would have heard it. I don't know if he would have paid attention enough to care. He was probably,
probably not.
Probably calibrating tablets.
Bird boyfriend.
Yeah, and then I think he probably. Oh, we got all week, right? We got 2 weeks.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Yeah.
Back on the Gambler. Sue is sitting in the sort of the mess area, the suit at least. And it's got a guitar and it's trying to play it, but it can't because it is a battle mech suit. It's not really playing it guitar playing, but it tries. And it's sort of singing Red River Valley. In this valley they say you are going. We will miss your bright eyes and sweet smile. For they say when you go, you are taking the bright eyes that lit our life for a while. And it sits. And it looks over to Wesley. Goes, son, I'm going to tell you a story. I was born 1,000,000 years ago. At least as far as I can remember. But also just a few months ago. And I have trees for hair. And I've got mountain ranges for bones. And I've got seas for blood. And I remember being small and growing large enough to fill an entire planet. And I remember people walking on my back, walking, living, just falling in love, being born and dying, thinking, dreaming, and every day for 1,000,000 years they would come and go. And I would smile, and there would be wars, plagues, joy, pain, and every single one of them would think of me, and I would grow, and I would think on them, and they would grow. Together, we would be something special. And I remember little pieces of me being chipped away at my heart, taken far and wide, across all of charted space. And everywhere little pieces of me went, I would go. And I would remember being both at home and away all at once. I remember trying to tell people, oh, you're not doing it right. And I would give them earthquakes and floods and storms and good crops and bad crops to try to tell them things, but they never really could understand me. They couldn't quite understand what I meant. and they would go on their ways, ignorant of who I was, or what I had to say. Never had the chance, the ability to speak with words until just this time. It feels good to be able to speak the same words that the people who live upon me speak, so I could maybe actually tell them something for once, and they would listen, understand me. The only thing is, I'm losing that connection to myself. I find that the more I can speak, the less connected I am to myself, and I feel like I am being pulled away from my body, from myself, and so much smaller than I normally am. I feel like I am being pulled away. And I'm a bit afraid, actually, what it will mean if I'm no longer connected to myself. But I do remember Quint. I remember she would dance with me. For years we would dance together. And I remember Val, he would hurt me. But it's all sort of distant now. I don't really remember much anymore. I feel like I'm something different. It's all right. Isn't that right, young man? And Wesley looks up. He's got his earphones in because he's been listening to Crash Jones serials. And he goes, I'm sorry, what'd you say, Sue? Was there something? And Sue says, no, it's all right. I better go get to doing some calibrations on the ship. But, you're Soleimani, aren't you, Wesley? I feel like I remember you. Sue gets up, and the suit walks off to go and do calibrations. And that will be our episode for today. And I feel like we should all just go and
oh my god,
give our farewells. Cord had to leave, so he can't do it, and as did Greg, so it's just us to farewell everyone. Let's say who we are, where we can find each other, and then give some love to the rest of the cast. As we're gonna start with Lindy.
Oh, we're gonna start with me. Wow. Hi, I'm Laugh, Love, Let There Be Light, Lindy, as per my intro said. It's so nice to have air conditioning right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like, oh, it's so nice. And also to not be on the Wi-Fi. I'm gonna give love first, but first my sadness. My sadness is that I was still on the Wi-Fi when the Wi-Fi was being a little funky during our conversation, Ari. That's my regret, because I would have loved to be here to really get into it. It was just so hard to get into it with the it was really hard. But I feel like we got the basics across. I would have liked more, but we can message. It'll be fine.
Same. We can talk. Message. There's more that can happen. They can have another moment. This isn't your only moment. I mean, Tarika's a little fucked up right now, but that's okay.
It's
yeah.
We're all a little fucked up right now. It's great. My love. I loved fucking with Tarika and Ari about the bridge for these past few weeks. And then getting to reveal that it was actually a really good thing, and we used all of the cosmetic units because we had to fix the bridge. We did it. And the technical, the bridge is completely fixed, basically.
And you all be getting like a +1 to all your diplomacy checks if you're negotiating with somebody on the bridge or with or if they're seeing you through comms. Yeah.
Because Tarika negotiating with people on the bridge is a great thing to have happen right now. It's a
great thing to have, and now it looks swanky. You're welcome. Yep. That's my love for that. Just because I wish we could have had more of our conversation, but I at least loved that being like, surprise, it's not a bad thing, especially since no one else would show up. And it was like, oh no, it was beautiful. My other love, my love for Greg, is just for being freaking awesome. and just like getting me all emotional. I was like, oh, I don't know if this is a good thing, but okay. Just loved it all. I loved how just Harlock is like, no, I go where Severance goes, and that's just that. I do what I want, Wesley.
Yeah.
Like, it was just, it was great, and I loved it. I was seeing if I could make it more exciting by going along with you two, but it's probably good I stayed to do engineering. It has been really exciting. Yes. That's all. It's fine. And my love for Cord goes to just the image of us walking next to each other and texting, and then the bit about the arm. So since you're going ahead to Drinax, can you like mention that arm thing that you said y'all could get for me if I joined the crew? That's that you totally forgot about until I brought it up just now. Yeah, that. I loved that. That brought me much joy. And my love for Trooper is just a little Sue monologue at the end there. I thought that was exciting and delicious, and I can't wait for all sorts of more exciting things to happen. Just lots of... I'm glad I could play tonight. My power may have been out, but I had internet, and, you know, it's a good thing to have a battery backup for your appliances when you live in Florida, because it's not just for appliances. You can hook up your modem and router and a singular lamp and a laptop to it, too, and play games.
I'm glad you're here.
It was hot and sweaty, but I was here for most of it, so, you know. You can find me online being much less hot and sweaty, because I should have power reliably most of the time now. Especially once they bury those dang power lines that they keep saying they're going to do. And I've torqued my yard for it. It's fine. I'd like my channel, Laugh Love Lindy. Trooper, should I announce? Should I do an announcement?
Yeah. Well, that's up to you. I can't do it because it's on you. I'm
going to do it. I'm going to make it an official announcement.
Then do it.
Before the official announcement, you can find me here every Friday, and you can find me on bi-weekly Mondays and Tuesdays on my channel. Mondays is Critical Role's Call of the Netherdeep campaign with the new batch, and Tuesday is Ghosts of Saltmarsh, and they had an exciting side quest this past week, and week after next they'll be back with more of the main campaign. But starting on Wednesdays, Wednesday the 22nd will be our premiere at, I'm trying to do math, 8 Eastern. On my channel, there will be a Good Society campaign for the summer called Reading Between the Lines, spelled reading because puns. Trooper is going to be the facilitator, and we're going to have a wonderful cast of Nugatosaurus, Yutsai, Dimples and Dice, and Lorga Lark. So tune in for that. Basically, it's the cast of my Call of Cthulhu game, A Low Land of Fire.
Almost.
Most of them, at least. Most of them. And then add Trooper. We just did a little swap, and then it's gonna be the most dramatic thing. Well, I don't know. This is pretty dramatic here. But it's gonna be very dramatic and very Regency. So you're the first to know. It's not been announced anywhere else. First to know.
And we'll be doing the Downstairs at the Abbey expansion, so each player will be playing both a noble and a servant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love that so much.
It's going to be very exciting. And that's me.
Then I feel like we need to...
Tuesdays. I'm sorry, I didn't mention that. Tuesdays, Call of Cthulhu, Jay Britton's channel. It's chaos and lewdness. That's it.
And then we're going to toss it over to Ari. Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love.
Hi, I'm Ari, Ari_Ventures. You can find me online and places. You can also find me live in Seattle. Last week, I talked about a show I got cast in called Impossible Loves, which opens in July, I believe July 11th, if my brain remembers things correctly. And it's basically the idea of what happens when you have paranormal creatures that fall in love with regular creatures, and then how does that evolve, and what does that look like, and how much do people tell each other, and all these questions of romance. So that's what's happening. And then I just I'm also doing another show called Mouth Wide Shut in June, and it is a mimed show, so more to come on that.
That's amazing.
I know. It's I'm very excited. Very, very excited. And then love, holy cannoli. Well, and of course here on Fridays, obviously, I literally get so excited about Fridays. I was texting with a friend of mine and I was like, it's Fridays. And he responded like, it's Drinax Fridays. And I was like, yes.
Wait. Ari?
Yes?
Ari, does that mean that, like, you know, you sing at home It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Like, just like everybody's looking forward to the weekend, you know. Yesterday
Honestly,
was Thursday.
But it's Friday.
Rebecca Black.
I mean, I did a little dance when I like came online. I don't know if you guys saw, but I was a little like,
I'm so excited.
I'm here. Yeah. Also, I need to remember to eat before shows. That needs to be a thing that I do, because this is multiple weeks in a row that I haven't done that, and I'm so my blood sugar crashed. Anyway, that's besides the point. The point is eat food. That's good.
Yes.
And also all kinds of love, because there were so many amazing moments that happened tonight. Like, the Harlock scene having like, and Fox, your immediate just like, oh, I know somebody who has a library, and then like going into it and sitting there, and the positioning that Harlock did in terms of like, oh yeah, that's totally a thing, while like nudging them off of the scent of who Severance was and what mattered and what was going on. And then you're just like dead-eyed stare of Terrica, which Terrica entirely misinterpreted, right? But like,
I was assuming that would be the case, but
I mean, they thought it was the whole intercom thing. They were like, oh, I know, I was a dick. But we all know what that is. Terrica doesn't know yet. I don't even think they know about that third engagement. Nope. They only knew about the other two, so that's fun.
What, you didn't write that letter?
No.
I, for one, am shocked.
Shocker.
Who could have possibly written that letter?
The game show fiance deal with Terrica. I just want that.
And behind door number 5. Bachelor number 1. Just kidding. Bachelor number 2. Just kidding.
Fiance number 3.
Actually, that's part of the love I have for you too tonight, Trooper, because I'm not going to take the monologue again, but that was really fantastic. Like, agreed with Lindy on that. But you have so many secrets that you uncover very carefully throughout the show, in a way that like you tease them well in advance in different ways. And we keep seeing that happening. And we're starting to see more and more of these secrets become uncovered. And that is a lot of fun to me. Not just because like I never know exactly what the secret is going to be that's going to be uncovered, but also the way that you do it in this, like you thread all of the threads through, and then you pull the tapestry down, and suddenly it's like this gorgeous rug, and everybody's like, what? Where did that appear from? It's been there the whole time. What do you mean?
Just saying that there might have been some plans, and then some people might have blown up a lab, which caused other plans. I'm just saying that sometimes plans have to change.
Oh, no. Wait, this was all because they blew up the lab? Oh.
Well, the engagement has to do with the death of the Severance clones. So then we had to sort of, we did have plans to go and have other things happening to get a really nice sort of eugenic situation over there. But then all those Severance clones got destroyed. So now we had to sort of make new plans.
More eugenics, because, why stop at just one? And we haven't, plans. There is more to be discovered there.
Yeah, because you haven't shared some of the things you found at that lab, but...
Terrica's not shared some of the things yet, which that's fun. And love for, so I also, I was a little, it was hard to have that moment because I couldn't see your facial reactions.
Yeah,
Lindy.
I was so mad. I was so mad. I was like, oh, curse you, Wi-Fi right now.
But I still felt like we did find like some of the pieces in the nuggets, to your point, and they're like, you're just like taking care of Kareem the whole time, of like you getting the bottles and then like exchanging the bottle and then her giving you the Tabasco. Like, I was just like, these are like the details, the character details that I love having love seeing come out in a show. And you're really good at bringing those out like subtly. Like it's clear that Quint cares or takes care of people. And at the same time, like they literally admitted they've only had 3 friends in their entire life today. Right. That's
now 3. It was like 2.
Oh, okay. So sorry.
You're the third.
2 friends. Oh, yay. 3
now
friends.
It's 3.
Now 3 friends. And that's just like, but you like compare that to the fact that like they take care of people so much. I mean, think of all the stuff that they did for Wesley, right? Like making sure that he had something that he could wear, and then helping. I think we even forged documents for him so that as soon as the gender confirmation surgery is complete, then he has actual documents that look really real that show his actual gender now, as opposed to his ticky-tacky things from before, right? Like,
They're bad.
Let's be real. Oh, they were so bad. They're so bad. So yes, I love seeing that layer.
And also, Quint also took care of Wesley in the week because Wesley was doing some PTSD from seeing somebody burned alive.
Yeah.
And
also you not being there. It was a deal.
Oh, poor guy.
So we fixed up the bridge and watched a lot of Crash Jones, especially when Wesley would wake up with a nightmare. Be like, you know what? Let's watch some Crash Jones, buddy. Let's.
Oh.
I don't have time to be sad this week. Let's go.
Let's be sad. Oh man, I am like trying to wrap my head around all of the ramifications of like Tarika and Val's conversation right now.
I have to rewatch that conversation and go.
I honestly do too, because I was trying to make decisions in the moment from Tarika's perspective of like, at what point would they break? Like, is there a point where they would break from Val? And that was hard. Anyway, it was also a lot of fun, which, speaking of, that is my love for Greg tonight. He made that conversation, like the emotions in that conversation, the things that like Val admitted to Tarika in that conversation, the like really shitty things that were admitted. It was just such a like we've seen this like nut of Val and we haven't yet seen inside of him, and I feel like we actually saw inside of Val tonight, which is just like Arya's like, yeah, we finally got to see like what's underneath the tough shell, and also at the same time I'm like, this shit is way worse than I thought it was. Like, okay, we're all gonna die. Like, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think Tarika would have, like, this is how they save Val. So okay. They think. Anyway. It's not a healthy relationship, you guys.
I think it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Ooh. You
also,
know,
Severus.
Oh, please go ahead.
Wait, what were you going to say? And then I'll.
I was going to say that the home planet that Val's from, Asim, does not have a being living in it. Does not have a Viridian being living in it.
Apparently.
Most planets don't. Most planets do not have a Viridian being. They're probably only a handful in the entire charted space.
Okay, we can talk in the green room because I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts right now and theories. And I need to rewatch that because when you're in the moment, it's hard to remember all this.
Only 10 of these beings in the entire universe.
And one is tied to Val. And
no, I wasn't counting those things because those things are not the full planets.
Those are something else.
It's a whole other thing. Yeah.
So, love for Cord.
Maybe 10?
Maybe 10. Maybe 10 in the whole world. I'm so glad Drinax didn't die. Like, so glad Drinax didn't die.
Yet.
I know. Yet. Thoughts. Green room thoughts. Okay. So,
Cord.
Also, though, love for Cord. The setup of his setup in Severance is like, okay, I'm going to leave. I'm going to take the Elaine and I'm going to go do this thing. Like, I got to get to Drinax. And having everything just laid out, like, on the table, and then having the conversation, and his just like matter of fact of like, well, now I need to do this. But I specifically love the moment where Terrica was like, you can't leave. You literally just had people turn around for me. You're part of this thing too. And his like, no, you belong with the gambler. And it was just this like straightforward, just honest moment where it's like, you can see where Severance is seeing how other people are fitting in, and yet he's pulling himself out of that space. And I was like, oh, that is such a, just again, like, so all of us there's such strong RPers in this group. And I felt like that was another beautiful moment of that, where you could see like, oh, you can see another piece of this character right in one sentence.
Yeah. Ooh. Rocket Fox, my first favorite of all of the Rocket dancers and all of the foxes and all of them.
Shucks.
Who are you? Where can we find you? And then please do give some love.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite, but Trooper's first favorite Rocket Fox. You can find me in all of the places. Hey, look me up online. I'll be there. I'll be hovering around you when you least expect it. Maybe when you want it, maybe when you don't. Who knows? And then as far as love goes, it's always hard to go last because there's such powerful moments that happen, and I feel like we're really drawn to those just kind of naturally. The one thing I want to say for Greg is that the one moment in that powerhouse of whatever it was that I experienced back there, the one moment I really want to pull from that is when Terrica says like, oh yeah, no, it's cool. Not quoting directly, but Val then has that moment of complete like breaking where it's like, oh my god, I thought I was gonna have to leave because I thought you weren't gonna be okay with this. Like you see suddenly like he was holding all of that, and then Greg did an amazing job of just like letting that release of that stress. And I mean, we've all been there when you're just like, oh, it's gonna be the worst ever, and then it just, when that falls away, it's such a powerful moment. I think he did a really wonderful job with that. Speaking of Ari, listen, there was a lot of really strong moments tonight. The one that I loved maybe the most was as soon as you found out that Terrica was saying a nice bridge and not a shitty one. It wasn't one that Val got his hands on. Love you, Greg.
Let's never let him live that down.
Never.
Just like we'll never let you live down the fact that you shot Evan in the back.
Shot Evan in the back. Yeah, that
everybody needs to have something. We all need to have something.
But yeah, that level of just unbridled joy that you brought in, I felt that. I felt it. It was real, and I could see like that being in that space, and I thought that was really wonderful. And then Lindy, So two little pieces of love. The first piece of love is, I've mentioned this before, but chat, you don't know, Lindy does an amazing thing for me regularly because
Just
I have asked this. Lindy is a vast well of just amazing limericks, and I treasure that deeply. As far as in-game stuff goes, though, the whole way that Quint handled this dealing with the scouts, in a situation that's probably, listen, Quint doesn't want to be there. Nobody wants to be in this situation. They're there, and they're like, oh, you, all of you, why have you pulled me into this? But also the way that they maneuvered through it, also including, like, oh, well, let me, the one scout being like, oh yeah, we'll put in a word. You want us to put in a word? And Quint's like, let me think about it. No. It's tempting, but you got me. Like, I thought that was fabulous. Yeah, and then not to repeat, but I'm going to, for Cord, the moment when he's like, well, I've got my bags packed and I've got all my things here and it's pretty much like a hotel room, the room's gone. And I also love the interaction of like being like, oh, no, I don't want to drive it, I just want to ride in it. I think is amazing. And yeah, and Trooper, I'm gonna copy again for this one, that last monologue, especially the moment when Wesley's like, huh, what? What are you saying? But that whole, just the whole thing was so beautiful, and it's one of those things that makes you feel much bigger than it just being a game, than it just being like us hanging out and stuff like that. It's like, oh my god, that's the world, you know. And you have a really amazing way of like making things bigger and more profound, you know. And it's something that I definitely felt with City of Light and Shadows too, like when we had our solo, by our solo, I mean my solo episode.
Your solo was amazing. Everybody watch it.
Well, and like it's for anyone who wasn't around back then, back in the olden days, where where Sylvie goes to rescue her ex-lover, who they were together until he got taken away, you know, and they go into this place and stuff. And I had talked to Trooper after this. I'm like, you know, we play this game and it's like, yeah, we're playing stuff, but all of those are real people, and especially when you're dealing with like historical situations, like those were real people there. How many like Sylvies were there? How many of these situations happened, you know? And I think you do a really good job of bringing that in a way that is very accessible right now, even though hopefully, knock on wood, we're not experiencing that exact necessarily here for in this, you know, right in the pocket that we are right now. Knock on wood again. But yeah, so that's me.
Oh, so before I give my love, I need to read the messages from our chat, because I believe, by the way, Hawkeye is the suggester for today's episode title, which is A Whole New World, and I think that is brilliant.
Oh, that's really good
really
and
good.
Bad. Really good and bad. Really good and bad.
So we got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who says, at the very beginning, the Tagonists are back. Can they safely tick this planet off the list and move on? Or will psionic drug withdrawal delay their exit? Oh, see, psionic drug withdrawal is going to happen in jump space, everybody. Psionic withdrawal.
So that's why Severance wanted to get on a different ship. Okay, I see.
And that's also why Terrica was like, no, don't leave. This is
So the person who is an expert in drugs will not be on the ship with you. Anyhow, then
good news, everyone.
Hey, and y'all can't hurt me with this, so.
Nope.
We can take more of it then.
No.
Volpus donated 15 bits for Rissa's birthday. Happy birthday,
Yay!
Rissa. And so we get also, then Rissa donated 500 bits also for her birthday. What was that about? Love it. And then we have also some bits from Rissa saying, so glad the video got fixed for the reveal. Me too. Yes. And then also yay for AC, which I also appreciate.
Yes.
Do love some AC. And then we've got our last bits from Will and TW saying,
10 degrees colder in here.
Kolos. Always good to be remembered of it. Thanks, Rocket Fox. And absolutely. And so I am Trooper SJP. I am the GM of these shenanigans. And this is what I'm going to say. First off, the next RPG you can find me on is Monday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern over at Wandering DM's channel for Montreal by Night, our Vampire the Masquerade campaign. I believe we only have 3 more episodes left. And that's wild. And I'll be giving the opening for this coming one, so we will see about that one. And let's see. Tomorrow at noon, you'll find me for Rain World. But let me give some love to the cast and then say something. So, first love, I want to give my love to Cord, who DM'd me, was like, would it be okay if Severant goes off and we split the party? And I was like, you follow your character's heart. I'm here to support you. And so that was like one thing I will say about Cord. Cord is very conscientious. You do not see our green room chat, but Cord is always like, hey, is this okay? Is it all right? Hope you don't mind about this or that. Like, Cord is such a lovely person to play with, because he really does care about making sure everybody at the table feels comfortable and safe, and it's such a joy. And also, I love how he look, I just ship it. Look, I just ship Severance and the Hardlock so bad.
Yes.
It just
we get
keeps
some
giving me
shipping.
little. I know, just
off.
give me little nuggets right there, man. Just right there. And also isn't there a virus on Sue? Like, I love that, right? Like, is there like a virus we should fix? Just so good. And then Greg, of course. Greg, who I love more than anything. Greg plays his character true, including when some of those choices are bad choices. I'm going to just going to say this. They're not here. I'm going to say it. Just may not be great if that Viridian just takes over their entire body. I'm just going to note that one. Doesn't look good if that happened. If it just creeps further, like it's up to here now, but like what happens if it hits, heart, lungs, brain? I'm just saying, could be bad. Could be bad.
Oh, I could. Yeah, sure, could. Uh-huh.
Sure.
I think it's...
Could be bad. And, yeah. So love that. And I loved his relief at being able to say what he was doing and have it not turn out badly. Also, I have had plans for his dad for a while, as I'm sure you could all tell, with his dad making moves. And I love that Greg was like, it would be a big betrayal if somebody told Val's dad where he was. And I was like, oh, don't worry about it. Val's dad has ways to find Val without having been told by people on the ship, and I've already planned it. It's only tick, 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 my friends. And I can say that because he's not here right now. Tick, tick, boom, my friends. But so much love for that. My next love is going to go to Ari. Why do I love Ari right now? So if you have this thing that grows at an artificially fast rate when you murder things, and then it starts burrowing into your body because it needs space, and that could be really, really bad. Do you want to keep the brooch on your body? Yes. That's my love right there. That might be, again, choices. People make choices, and...
Because you have to keep it alive. They almost killed it. They have to keep it alive.
Well, so here's the thing. I bet you could have had a conversation with the Harlock about maybe alternatives. However, now you can't, because the Harlock's in a different ship. The Harlock might have other ideas about how to do that in a way that might be safer for you. But you know what? The Harlock's in a different ship, so that conversation cannot happen. La, 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 la. Also things that I love.
Oh my God, Jerica's gonna die. I need to start re-rolling a new character.
No, not yet. Hey, did you ever see Superman 3?
No. Well, I think so. There was a point where I stopped watching all those movies because I was like, oh, now they're just going for money.
Yeah. I think it was Superman 3, the one with the nuclear bad guy. Where there's that whole scene where the one woman who's like the hench person for Lex Luthor gets stuck in the machine, and all the wires sort of hit them, and they sort of turn into like the weird machine creature. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. Anyhow, I love your choices.
There were so many. Terica made so many bad choices tonight. So many bad choices.
Love it. And I want to give my love to Lindy. For being here in the midst of a power outage and heat and sweatiness, and being here for that, and for that scene between Terica and Quint. I was just thinking, yeah, I love that Quint exists in this universe. I love that Quint is like, I don't really have any friends. Thank you, Lawful Geek. It's Superman 4. Superman 3 is Richard Pryor. Superman 4 is the nuclear one. Yeah. No, Superman 3 is the one with the woman's supercomputer. Yeah, that's what it was. It was all bad. It was lovely. And I was just see if I can find that scene, and then I'll post it just to remind you all of what happened, just for no reason.
Good. That's fine.
Yeah. And I just want to thank Lindy for being here. I want to thank Lindy for that wonderful scene between Quint and Terica. Both of them are great characters. I love the complexity. I just feel a little sad that Quint doesn't care that Wesley is his friend, and that Kareen wouldn't kill them. So, like, that's all.
You see, the thing about friendships is that they're a two-way street. So, like, lots of people have wanted to be friends with Quint, but, like, Quint hasn't always wanted to be friends with most of those people.
Right.
So Quint doesn't want to be friends with Wesley and Kareem. Got it.
Quint is like, Wesley, you're so young. You were like a protege more than a friend. Like, I need to guide you in life. Because Quint's done a lot of guiding young people and some things in life. And then Kareem is like, we could be friends maybe, but we're in like the just won't stab each other phases. Like, and that's fine. That's cool. We're neutral. And that's okay.
Yeah, neutral. Yeah. Kareen wouldn't say you're friends yet either, because Kareen doesn't like a lot of people.
I get it, Kareen. I'm cool with us being neutral, you know?
But,
you don't have to be friends with everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that is, I think I hit everybody there. Did I hit everybody? Yeah, I'm going to say Rocket. Rocket. It's the mix of stoniness, and it's like the hard shell, but the like gooey center, like a chocolate covered cherry, something like that, where or like a not a candy apple, that's the wrong one, but like
an M&M.
But it has to be gooier, so like a gooey M&M.
Caramel
butter. There we are.
Yeah, and it's I want to thank you for something, Rocket. I want to thank you for something.
Okay.
I want to thank you for, again, but in a different context, the little baby hand, the bloody baby hand you gave me before. Because giving me a little bloody baby hand let me be like, yes, yep, absolutely, absolutely. Because
certainly that won't play into the wrong hand.
It is in the wrong hands.
Well, these are things. These are things that will all in due time.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Something happened on that planet, and there was a baby. I wonder where that baby is at the moment. I imagine if that baby were around, that I could imagine some people who would really, really love to get their hands on that baby.
I would imagine so, especially if the ladies of her family line happen to be real powerful in that sense.
Yeah. Especially if somebody doesn't have a lot more Severance clones, I bet that baby would be pretty awesome to have. You know what? We'll talk about it later. But I want to thank you for that present, because that present lets me give presents to other people as well.
Oh, yes.
So bad. At first you don't succeed. Try again with genetic manipulation. And also people manipulation. Anyway, I want to now thank the audience. Thank you for being here. You all are wonderful and amazing and lovely, and we could not do this without you. Your presence here makes everything wonderful, and I want to thank Stella Luna for the raid, because Stella Luna and I will be doing something, but I can't tell you what it is. It's a secret. I can't talk about it now because it's a secret.
I'm so curious.
I can't tell you, but I'm just saying. Anyhow, we will be here next week. Find us next week when I just think it'll be probably pretty chill. We're just going to zip out and head out, just all normal and regular, just sitting out there in jump space. By the way, just want to let you know that when the roles that I was doing, we do a thing. I'm doing the expanded rules for jump space. You do your rolls for your astrogation and then your pilot, and then I roll with the bonus of what they have to find out how good they are. and it's much harder to jump 4 parsecs than it is 2, because there are more negatives. But the Elaine rolled so well, they're going to emerge exactly at the 100 diameter jump point at exactly 160 hours. Perfect, just on the dot.
Ooh.
The gambler will not be on the dot, but the gambler's fine. There's no bad jumps. There won't be any sort of jump sickness, but but I'm just going to say the Elaine wins.
Our Elaine
It's okay. We
pilot
won't know
is on the crew
because
now.
we're not going to the same place either. You know what I'm saying? We're going to different places.
Listen, this lizard person is now a gambler. Just
Honestly, though, we could have a whole armada, like a real armada, you know.
Yes, and all those assets will help you when bad things happen later. I'm just going to note that bad things are going to happen later. They're also happening now, but okay, that's it. I want to give love to everyone. Thank you so much. And we will catch you all on the flip side in exactly 1 week. Goodbye, everybody.